Chapter 368. It was precisely because Ji Yunfei had heard of this news that he had rushed here in high spirits. He wanted to see just what was so magical about this leather armor. As a master of equipment crafting, he naturally knew how much damage a leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear could withstand. Ji Yunfei was sure that a leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear would not exceed level 6, even if he were to craft it himself. However, the leather armor made by Kikyaromen could actually withstand a level 11 attack. Ji Yunfei was in disbelief, and he wanted to see this amazing technique for himself. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. He had already seen through the crafting technique of this leather armor, and there was nothing special about it. But why could it withstand a level 11 attack? Since he couldn't figure it out, Ji Yunfei wanted to try it out himself to see why the defense of this leather armor was so strong. Since the founder was going to take the field personally, he naturally couldn't trouble the founder to retrieve the weapon himself. Following Han Qingyun's order, Han Yuchao hurriedly went forward to retrieve the level 12 weapon and handed it to Ji Yunfei. Ji Yunfei took the sword expressionlessly and slowly walked over to Kikyaromen's leather armor. After examining it carefully and confirming that there was nothing special about it, he sneered and slowly raised the sword in his hand. Just as Ji Yunfei's sword was about to slash at the leather armor, a sharp-eyed person in the audience cried out in surprise. "Sword gleam, it really is a sword gleam." Following this person's cry, more and more people cried out in surprise. Sun Qiao was so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat. Her gaze was fixed on the sword in Ji Yunfei's hand. She didn't even blink when a bead of sweat hit her eyes. In the blink of an eye, the sword in Ji Yunfei's hand emitted a blue sword gleam that was a foot long. It drew a semicircle in the air and struck Kikyaromen's leather armor like lightning. Ji Yunfei's strike didn't produce a thunderous sound, nor did it have the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. However, no one doubted that this strike definitely contained unparalleled power. Seeing Ji Yunfei's strike silently land on the leather armor, Sun Qiao felt her throat go dry. She couldn't even let out a cry of surprise. Leng Yelio was so scared that he covered his eyes with his hands, not daring to look at the fate of this leather armor. To be able to use inner strength to activate the long saber and release a foot-long blue saber glow, no one knew how strong one's inner strength was, and how terrifying the might of this saber was. When Ji Yunfei's saber struck Kikyaromen's leather armor, he suddenly let out a cry of surprise. "Hey!" After exclaiming in surprise, Ji Yunfei quickly withdrew his saber and retreated. His face was filled with disbelief. Under such a tyrannical attack, this leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear was actually unharmed. Although Leng Yelio had covered her eyes, she had been watching the results closely through the gaps between her fingers. When she saw that the leather armor was unharmed, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. She then turned her head to look at Sun Qiao and shouted loudly, "Mom, it's okay." The leather armor didn't break. Just as Leng Yiliu finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, the audience burst into thunderous applause. Incredible! He actually withstood a level 12 attack. Is this really leather armor? Hearing the applause and discussion from the audience, Sun Qiao's eyes widened and actually became a little moist. This leather armor actually withstood a level 12 attack, and it was made by Ji Yunfei, which was equivalent to a level 14 attack. How was this possible? Han Qingyun was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. He stared at Kikyaromen's leather armor in disbelief. According to the rules, the Tianji sect had actually broken the rules. Both parties were testing the defensive power of their equipment, and they weren't allowed to use inner strength. They could only use sabers and swords. Even if you used more strength, no one would say anything. However, Ji Yunfei had actually released a saber glow. This wasn't very appropriate. More importantly, Ji Yunfei's saber strike was able to destroy the leather armor. That was one thing, but the leather armor was able to block the saber light. This was unbelievable. After a long while, Han Qingyun's mouth slowly closed. He turned his head to look at Sun Qiao, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Nai Tianhao of the Sky Sword sect was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was really shocked by the defensive power of this leather armor. Nai Tianhao had seen Ji Yunfei's saber glow clearly. Nai Tianhao was sure that Ji Yunfei hadn't used his full strength. Even if Ji Yunfei hadn't used his full strength, the power of that saber glow was definitely not to be underestimated. With just a 1-foot-long saber glow, it could even split a giant rock in half. Nai Tianhao's martial arts were decent, but with his inner strength, he could only release a 1-foot-long saber glow. This meant that Ji Yunfei's saber glow was equivalent to Nai Tianhao's full strength. Such a powerful attack, but this leather armor still withstood it. At this moment, Nai Tianhao suddenly realized that if his opponent was wearing this leather armor, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. This was because even if he used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to break through the defense of this leather armor. Nai Tianhao had been practicing martial arts for more than 30 years. He had experienced more than 30 cold winters and scorching summers. After so many years of hard work, he finally realized that after so many years of hard work, he couldn't even break through the defense of a piece of leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear. What was the point of practicing martial arts like this? Looking at the leather armor on the shelf, Nai Tianhao suddenly had the urge to snatch it away. The audience cheered thunderously, but the judge's stand was silent. After a long while, Fan Yang finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "Sect leader Sun, I'm really impressed. A leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear can actually withstand such a powerful attack. I'm really impressed." Hearing Fan Yang's words, Sun Qiao only smiled faintly. This wasn't because she was confident, but because even she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Based on Sun Qiao's estimation, Ji Yunfei's saber strike was about the power of a level 14 attack. This leather armor could actually withstand a level 14 attack. Sun Qiao didn't even think about this kind of defense. Although she knew that this was Zhong Meng's ancestral ultimate skill, she never thought that this ultimate skill would be so terrifying. It could make a piece of equipment almost invincible. Originally, she thought that this ancestral skill of Zhong Meng's would consume 3 years of her life. She felt that it wasn't worth it. But now, it seemed like it was worth it. Even if it consumed 5 years of her life, Sun Qiao felt that it was very worth it. This was because the target of Zhong Meng's ultimate skill this time was only an ordinary piece of equipment made from the skin of a wild bear. If Zhong Meng had used this ultimate skill on the Tiangongmen's equipment, no one would have been able to break through his defense. If he used this ultimate skill on his own armor during a battle, it would be very difficult. Chapter 369. If Zhong Meng used this ancestral skill on his equipment during a battle, then no one would be able to break through his defense. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to defeat him. Ji Yunfei tested Kikyaromen's equipment first. Next, it was Kikyaromen's turn to test the Tiangongmen's equipment. In the first few rounds of attacks, no one paid attention to the Tiangongmen's equipment. This was because everyone knew that equipment made of deep-sea frosty iron and adamantine would not be able to break through its defense under level 12. Now that the competition had reached level 12, it was time to determine the winner. Kikyaromen's leather armor had withstood a level 12 attack. Now, it was time to test whether the Tiangongmen's armor could withstand a level 12 attack. The person in charge of testing the Tiangongmen's equipment was a slightly bulkier female disciple. This was mainly due to her great strength, which could increase her attack power. This was why she was chosen to test the equipment. The female Tiangongmen disciple took the sword from Ji Yunfei's hand and quickly walked to the front of the Tiangongmen's armor. At this point, the female Kikyaromen disciple knew that her task was difficult. For this competition, the Tiangongmen had already invited their elders. Naturally, their goal was to increase their attack power. Looking at the equipment made of deep-sea frosty iron and adamantine, the female Kikyaromen disciple suddenly shouted. She raised the sword in her hand and used all her strength to slash at the Tiangongmen's equipment. Since the equipment was made of metal, the sword made a crisp sound when it hit the equipment. After the sound, the female Kikyaromen disciple's hand was numb from the impact. She took the opportunity to withdraw her sword and retreat. Only then did she have time to check the effect of her attack. With one look, the female disciple was overjoyed. She hurriedly shouted, "It broke! It broke!" As the female disciple shouted, everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened as they looked at the armor. Even Han Qingyun was shocked by the sound. He hurriedly stood up and carefully looked at his armor. After looking at it, Han Qingyun was slightly relieved. He suddenly turned to look at the female Kikyaromen disciple and shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? How did it break? Hurry up and get out of here." After reprimanding the female disciple, Han Qingyun was also secretly shocked. Although his armor didn't break like the 7 skills sect's female disciple had said, the slash just now had actually left a mark on his armor. Although this mark was very faint and could not be seen if one did not look carefully, Han Qingyun knew what it meant. A level 12 blade could already deal a certain amount of damage to this piece of equipment forged from deep-sea cold iron and fine gold. This meant that the equipment was about to reach its limit. Seeing the faint mark on the Heaven's Craftsman faction's equipment, Sun Qiao was overjoyed. She was a master of equipment crafting. Although she didn't understand the system of metal armor, when she saw this mark, she knew very well that this armor would soon reach its limit in the face of a level 12 attack. Previously, everyone had only been cheering and discussing. It was only now that they truly realized how strong Kikyaromen's leather armor was. Even equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine had a mark, but this armor made of wild bear's hide was completely unscathed. Although no one had said anything when Ji Yunfei attacked just now, everyone knew the power of his attack. Some people even began to whisper to each other. Could it be that this leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear had a higher defense than equipment made from deep-sea cold iron and fine gold? Although the Changongmen's and Kikyaromen's equipment could withstand a level 12 attack, with Ji Yunfei's attack, the leather armor would definitely have suffered a higher level of damage than level 12. When Ji Yunfei attacked just now, the sharp glint on the edge of his sword had been seen by everyone. As long as one was a martial artist, no one would not know what that glint represented. This meant that Ji Yunfei's attack had definitely exceeded level 12, and even level 13 would not be an exaggeration. Hearing the discussions in the audience, Ji Yunfei, who was in charge of the testing, could not help but change his expression. His originally calm and collected expression had turned somewhat ashen at this moment. He had personally attacked just now, so he naturally knew how strong his attack was. However, it had not been able to break through the defense of this leather armor. What the hell was going on? He looked at the leather armor and wanted to see what was going on. Unconsciously, he started to walk towards the leather armor. Leng Yelio, who had been guarding beside the leather armor, saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Stop, don't go any further." Hearing Leng Yelio's voice, Ji Yunfei came to his senses and looked at the leather armor not far away. He could not help but frown. If it was really a leather armor made of wild bear's hide, Ji Yunfei was sure that even if he used a level 1 sword, he would definitely be able to break through the defense of the leather armor. However, he had just used a level 12 weapon and 30% of his power. He did not expect that he would not be able to break through this leather armor made of wild bear's hide. Ji Yunfei was puzzled, but Han Qingyun, who was sitting at the head of the table, started to feel uneasy. What should he do next? Looking at his equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine, Han Qingyun had the thought of retreating for the first time. Seeing that no one was talking, Fan Yang coughed lightly. When he saw that everyone was looking at him, he spoke loudly. "Congratulations, Sect Leader Han and Sect Leader Sunday. Your equipment has withstood a level 12 attack. Next, it's time to prepare for a level 13 attack." At this point, Fan Yang paused for a moment before he continued. "Sect leaders, can we continue the competition now?" After hearing Fan Yang's words, Han Qingyun hesitated for a moment. He did not answer Fan Yang's question, but stood up abruptly and walked towards Ji Yunfei. Seeing Han Qingyun hurriedly walk away, Sun Qiao did not need to listen to what Han Qingyun wanted to say to Ji Yunfei. Seeing Han Qingyun and Ji Yunfei whispering to each other, Sun Qiao was praying in her heart. She prayed that young Master Zhong's ancestral skill would be stronger, so that he could block the next level 13 attack. Han Qingyun quickly walked in front of Ji Yunfei. He first cupped his fists and bowed before speaking in a low voice. "Master, can you tell what this leather armor is made of?" When Ji Yunfei heard this, he glanced at the 7 skills sect's leather armor and said in a low voice, "I didn't find anything. From what I can see, It's just the skin of a wild bear. After some simple processing, it was made into this leather armor. The only difference is that there's a thin layer of wild silk on top. Chapter 370. At this point, Ji Yunfei paused for a moment before continuing. Other than the wild silk on it, there shouldn't be anything different. Hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Han Qingyun subconsciously glanced at the leather armor. Everyone present was an expert in crafting equipment. Although Han Qingyun only took a glance, he could tell that the craftsmanship of this armor wasn't too deep. It was just the skin of a wild bear. After soaking it in medicine, it was cut into the shape of a leather armor and sewn together. Since it was such a simple craftsmanship, why was its defense so strong? Thinking of this, Han Qingyun asked again, "Master, can't you see the reason at all?" Ji Yunfei shook his head and frowned. "No, I've looked at it more than 10 times, but I can't see the difference between this leather armor and other leather armor." Hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Han Qingyun rubbed his hands anxiously. After a while, he asked anxiously, "Master, with your skills, can't you break this leather armor?" Hearing this, Ji Yunfei immediately sneered. "I only used 30% of my skills just now, and that sword is only level 12. At this point, Ji Yunfei snorted coldly. "If I use my full strength and a level 13 sword, I think that even if it's made of adamantine, I can still smash it into pieces." Hearing Ji Yunfei's confident words, Han Qingyun felt as if he had heard the sound of nature. He was instantly overjoyed and quickly cupped his fists. "Master, we'll be depending on you later. If we can't break this leather armor this time, we'll be in trouble." Seeing this, Ji Yunfei reached out and patted Han Qingyun's shoulder. "You're worried that your equipment won't be able to withstand a level 3 attack, right?" Han Qingyun heard this and quickly nodded. That equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine has already shown signs of being imprinted. "I think it's reaching its limit. If we can't break this leather armor, we'll lose this competition." Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei nodded and said proudly, "Don't worry, I'll use my full strength this time. I'll definitely smash it into pieces." Hearing this, Han Qingyun thanked Ji Yunfei once again before returning to his seat and sitting down. When Fan Yang saw that Han Qingyun had returned, he hurriedly asked with a smile, "Sect Master Han, can we begin the competition now?" Hearing Fan Yang's question, Han Qingyun slowly turned his head to look at Sun Qiao. He sneered and said, "If the competition continues, I wonder if sect leader Sun will be afraid." After saying this, Han Qingyun did not wait for Sun Qiao to reply. He waved his hand at Fan Yang and laughed. "Brother Fan, let's start now." Hearing Han Qingyun's laughter, Sun Qiao felt even more uneasy. Although a mark had appeared on the Tiangongmen's equipment, no one could guarantee that a level 13 attack would be able to break through its defense. His leather armor, on the other hand, was in danger. Sun Qiao was certain that after Han Qingyun and Ji Yunfei's secret discussion, Ji Yunfei would probably use his full strength this time. With Ji Yunfei wielding a level 13 weapon and using his full strength, there were not many things in this world that could stop him. Although Prince Zhong's ancestral skill was very powerful and could be considered a miracle, Ji Yunfei's martial arts were not something that ordinary people could compare to. Even in South County City, not many people were his match. Sun Qiao knew that the only thing she could do now was to keep praying. She prayed that Prince Zhong's skill would be able to block this attack. Following Fan Yang's order, Han Yuchao took the level 13 sword from the weapon rack and handed it to Ji Yunfei with both hands. At the same time, he said in a low voice, "Grand Advisor, you can't hold back this time." Hearing this, Ji Yunfei smiled and nodded. He took the sword from Han Yuchao's hand and slowly walked toward Kikyaromen's leather armor. This time, Ji Yunfei stopped about 3 meters away from the leather armor. If the distance was too close, the power of the sword would not be able to fully explode. Therefore, he had to choose a suitable position. Looking at the leather armor on the rack, Ji Yunfei's eyes slowly narrowed, as if he wanted to find a flaw in the leather armor so that he could break through its defense with one strike. In just a moment, under the surging internal force, Ji Yunfei's coat began to make a rustling sound and slowly began to swell. Those who were closer to Ji Yunfei could already feel the true energy surging in front of them. The sound of the true energy breaking through the air could be heard. This process only took a moment. Ji Yunfei held the saber with both hands and slowly raised it above his head. At the same time, his left foot took a light step forward. When he stepped on the ground, it actually caused the ground to sink. As he slowly raised his hand, the surging true energy transformed into a blue sword light. At first, it was only about half a foot long. With the push of Ji Yunfei's internal force, it began to slowly grow. In the end, it actually reached 3 feet long. The blade light flickered in the air, and under Ji Yunfei's loud roar, everyone suddenly felt the ground tremble, and a strong wind rose up from all directions. Ji Yunfei urged his true qi, and unexpectedly formed a small tornado around his body, which was constantly rotating around him. The dust and pebbles on the ground also slowly gathered into the tornado, causing the originally transparent tornado to become turbid. Standing outside, the only thing that could be seen clearly was the dazzling sword light. With Ji Yunfei's second roar, everyone only saw the blue sword light flash through the sky full of dust and disappear into the sky full of dust. In the next moment, everyone heard a muffled sound. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the dust and stood proudly outside the dust. As this figure jumped out of the tornado, the world seemed to be still. The tornado gradually subsided and the dust gradually fell. Everyone's eyes gradually became clear again. Ji Yunfei stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. Seeing Ji Yunfei's posture, Sun Qiao was suddenly shocked. She quickly turned her head to look in the direction of her leather armor. Suddenly, her mouth opened wide and she could no longer close it. The leather armor frame was still standing there and the leather armor was still covered on the frame. The most important thing was that the leather armor was actually unharmed. Seeing this scene, Sun Qiao exclaimed in disbelief. Then, she turned her head to look at Ji Yunfei strangely. At this moment, Ji Yunfei also realized that something was wrong. In the situation where the sky was full of dust just now, he made a full blow. In fact, with his martial arts, he had already reached the level of restraining his true energy. Even if he made a full blow, it would definitely not be like this. He did this for a purpose. In other words, he deliberately made the sky full of dust. His purpose was naturally to not let everyone see what he was doing. Just now, Ji Yunfei did not use the blade to cut the leather armor. Instead, he used the sword light to cut the leather armor. Chapter 371. Under the activation of Ji Yunfei's internal energy, the blade light that was formed by Chengdu in his hand had reached an indestructible state. At this point, the strength of the sword light, combined with the effect of the blade, had surpassed the level of a level 15 attack. In Ji Yunfei's opinion, even if a level 15 attack couldn't break through the defense of the leather armor, it would still be enough to smash it into pieces. After Ji Yunfei used all his strength to attack, he retreated and looked up at the sky. Actually, he was just trying to adjust the surging true qi in his body and return it to his dantian. After adjusting his body, Ji Yunfei hurriedly looked forward. Now that the dust had settled, he could see the scenery in front of him clearly. At first, Ji Yunfei had an indifferent look on his face. Then, his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. The Kikyaromen leather armor was still hanging on the shelf in front of him, but there wasn't a single scratch on it. This time, no one cheered or applauded. There was only dead silence. Even the most lively and active Lung Yelio opened his mouth wide and looked at the leather armor in disbelief. After a while, Fan Yang's hoarse voice sounded in everyone's ears. Cough cough, Kikyaromen's leather armor blocked a level 13 attack. Now, let's test the Tiangongmen's equipment. Han Qingyun, who had been staring blankly at the scene, suddenly woke up when he heard Fan Yang's words. He turned his head and looked at Sun Qiao, his face full of fear. You cheated. Sun Qiao only felt her throat go dry, but she tried hard to cough and said softly, Sect Master Han, tell me, how did I cheat? Hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun stood up suddenly and tried to grab Sun Qiao. No, you must be cheating. Otherwise, the leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear wouldn't be at this level. You cheated. Looking at Han Qingyun's crazy eyes, Sun Qiao was shocked. She couldn't care less and quickly ducked to avoid Han Qingyun's grab. She jumped to the side and shouted, "Han Qingyun, what are you trying to do?" Seeing that Han Qingyun was about to make a move, Fan Yang hurriedly reached out and pulled him back. He patted Han Qingyun's shoulder and said loudly, "Sect Master Han, what's wrong?" After being shouted at by Fan Yang, Han Qingyun came to his senses. He forced a smile and said slowly, "I'm sorry, I lost my composure when I saw the armor's defense." Hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Fan Yang nodded understandingly. It would be strange if he wasn't surprised that the leather armor could block such a strong attack. Among the three judges, Nai Tianhao was the most excited. This armor's defense, this was beyond his imagination. Who was the person in front of him? Ji Yunfei. He was someone on the same level as his master. Even with Ji Yunfei attacking with all his strength, he was actually unable to break through the defense of this leather armor. What did this mean? If he wore this leather armor, wouldn't it mean that even Ji Yunfei couldn't do anything to him? At the thought of this possibility, Nai Tianhao's heart thumped wildly with excitement. Ji Yunfei was definitely someone he looked up to. If he had this armor, he wouldn't have to be afraid of Ji Yunfei's attack. Thinking of this, Dian subconsciously stood up and was about to walk towards the leather armor. At this moment, Yun Jianbai saw that Nai Tianhao's expression was not right. He hurriedly grabbed him and asked with concern, "Hero Nai, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well?" It was only when Yun Jianbai pulled him back that Nai Tianhao came to his senses. Cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Kikyaromen's armor had withstood a level 13 attack. Next, it was time to test the Tiangongmen's armor. At this moment, when the female disciple of Kikyaromen received the level 13 sword, her hands were trembling with excitement. Looking at Sun Qiao's expectant eyes, the female disciple wished she could transform into a god of war and destroy the Tiangongmen's armor in one fell swoop to repay the sect leader's trust. The female disciple of Kikyaromen walked slowly to the Tiangongmen's armor. After looking at it for a while, she suddenly roared. The sword in her hand drew a semicircle in the air and slashed at the Tiangongmen's armor with lightning speed. Ding! The long sword hit the metal armor, producing a crisp sound. After the sound, the female disciple of Kikyaromen's hands were numb from the impact. However, she didn't put her sword away. Instead, she stared at the place where the sword had been. Seeing the state of the sword, the female disciple was overjoyed. She quickly put her sword away and looked at the place where she had been slashed. However, her expression gradually became dejected. The Tiangongmen's armor was made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine. It was no wonder that it had such a strong defense. Under the attack of a level 13 weapon, it only left a deep mark. The armor's defense wasn't completely broken. Seeing this, Han Qingyun was overjoyed. He stood up abruptly and shouted, "It blocked it. It really blocked a level 13 attack." Although Han Qingyun was indescribably happy, no one in the crowd paid attention to the armor's defense. Everyone's eyes were still fixed on the Kikyaromen's armor. Equipment forged from deep-sea cold iron and fine gold had extremely high defense. This was within everyone's expectations. However, using the skin of a common wild beast like the wilderness bear to create equipment with such a strong defense was truly impressive. Wild bears were very common in Anwu country. It could be said that everyone present had hunted these wild bears before. Since they had all fought with wild bears, everyone knew what kind of weapon could cut through a wild bear's skin. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that in battle, as long as one used a level 3 weapon and their own brute strength, they would be able to cut through a wild bear's skin. If every wild bear's defense was as strong as this armor, it would be almost impossible for them to hunt wild bears. After a while, Fan Yang stood up and turned to look at Han Qingyun, smiling as he said, "All right, I'll give you a try. Master Han, since both sides' equipment has already blocked a level 13 attack, should we test the level 14 attack next?" Level 14 attack. After hearing Fan Yang's question, Han Qingyun subconsciously repeated this sentence. His brows gradually furrowed, and after a long while, he suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "Please wait for a moment. I still have something to do here. Let's all rest first. I'll be done soon." Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang nodded in confusion and returned to his original seat. Han Qingyun sat in his seat for a while before slowly turning his head. Chapter 372. Han Qingyun hesitated for a moment, then stood up and walked towards Ji Yunfei again. Ji Yunfei's eyes were no longer as calm and confident as when he had first arrived. All that was left was a look of doubt. Seeing Han Qingyun walk over, Ji Yunfei's heart was suddenly filled with anger. After today's competition, regardless of whether he won or lost, the Tiangongmen's reputation would be ruined. Most importantly, he would become the laughingstock of the other elders. Not only that, his full-strength attack had not even been able to break a piece of leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear. He believed that it would not be long before the entire Anwu country knew about this news. He thought about how the streets and alleys would be talking about him in the future. He thought about how the reputation he had built would be destroyed in a day. Ji Yunfei could not hold it in any longer. When Han Qingyun arrived in front of him, he slapped him and said angrily in a low voice, "Look at the trouble you've caused. Could it be that you didn't investigate the other party's background before the competition? Let's see how you're going to clean up after today's mess." Han Qingyun covered his slapped face and said bitterly, "Master, before this, I've already investigated Kikyaromen in detail. Kikyaromen is just an ordinary small workshop. They don't have any outstanding achievements, nor have they ever made such superb equipment. Your disciple can swear that Kikyaromen has never made such equipment, not even once. Not only that, your disciple has also sent people to investigate the equipment Kikyaromen sells and tested the defensive capabilities of the equipment they sell. There's nothing out of the ordinary about them. Master, your disciple has already investigated thoroughly. Kikyaromen definitely cannot withstand a single blow. There's nothing out of the ordinary about them." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei laughed coldly and pointed at Kikyaromen's leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear. "Is this what you mean by unable to withstand a single blow?" At this point, Ji Yunfei snorted coldly and continued, "If this is what you mean by unable to withstand a single blow, then I'd like you to make more of this kind of equipment to raise our Tiangongmen's reputation." Han Qingyun sighed. "Master, don't you know your disciple's character? Would your disciple dare to do this if he wasn't 100% confident?" After hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Ji Yunfei couldn't help but give her another slap. "Is this how confident you are? Now, not only have you lost all your face, even I have lost all my face. This is really disgraceful." After being slapped by his master twice in a row, no matter how thick-skinned Han Qingyun was, he still couldn't hold it in any longer. "Master, in order to win this competition for sure, I disregarded the objections of others in the faction and used the deep-sea cold iron, which was already scarce in the first place, to forge equipment. Why? Isn't it all for our Heaven's Craftsman faction? If this matter succeeds, it will bring us a lot of benefits. Master, when we first implemented this plan, you also agreed. If you didn't agree, would I dare to do it? Now that something has happened, if you start blaming me, I don't want to. Who would have thought that Kikyaromen could make such powerful equipment? If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have made a move on Kikyaromen." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei said angrily, "Are you blaming me?" When Han Qingyun heard this, he quickly cupped his fists and said, I wouldn't dare. At this point, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing. "Master, since things have already come to this, it's useless for you to blame me. I think we should find a way to salvage the situation as soon as possible." When Ji Yunfei heard this, he knew that Han Qingyun was right. Now was not the time to lose his temper. He could only sigh and say, "What else can we do? Kikyaromen's leather armor is too strange. Even if I used all my strength, I still couldn't break through its defense." At this point, Ji Yunfei turned to look at the Tiangongmen's equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine. He sighed again and said helplessly, "I'm afraid that our equipment won't be able to withstand a level 14 attack." When Han Qingyun heard this, he quickly nodded and said, "Master, when I first made this armor, I estimated that it should be able to withstand a level 12 to level 13 attack. Now, it's basically at its limit. If there are no accidents, its defense will most likely be broken by a level 14 attack." At this point, Han Qingyun sighed and said, I thought that it would be enough if it could withstand a level 12 attack. I didn't expect their equipment to be so strong. This is really beyond my expectations." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei nodded but didn't say anything. Ji Yunfei had nothing to say. He was Han Qingyun's master, so he was naturally better at making armor. Even if he hadn't seen this armor before, as long as he knew the materials used to make it, he could easily estimate how many level 14 attacks this armor could withstand. Now that this armor could withstand a level 13 attack, it could be considered to have exceeded its limit. To withstand a level 14 attack, in Ji Yunfei's opinion, it was impossible. When the Tiangongmen tested the sword just now, he saw a mark. Although the mark wasn't very deep, it was enough to prove that a level 13 sword could cause damage to this armor. In terms of sharpness, a level 14 sword was naturally better than a level 13 sword. If a level 13 sword could cause damage to this armor, then a level 14 sword would definitely be able to cause even more damage. It might even break through the defense. This was all possible. Seeing that his master didn't say anything, Han Qingyun probed, "Master, now is not the time to teach your disciple a lesson. Do you have any good ideas to salvage this situation?" Hearing this, Ji Yunfei sighed, "What else can I do? The opponent's leather armor's defensive power is extremely high. Even under my full power attack, it can actually withstand it. It's really quite difficult to deal with." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun hurriedly asked, "Master, based on your test just now, if you were to attack with a level 14 sword, would you be able to break through the defense of this leather armor?" After hearing Han Qingyun's question, Ji Yunfei was silent for a moment before he shook his head with a bitter smile. "I don't know. The defense of this leather armor has already exceeded my expectations. Logically speaking, even if the Tiangongmen's armor is made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine, it definitely wouldn't be able to withstand my attack just now. However, this ordinary leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear blocked my attack just now. Right now, I really don't know what the highest defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor is." At this point, Ji Yunfei sighed before continuing. "I don't know either." Chapter 373. Ji Yunfei continued, "I don't know if a level 14 weapon can break through the defense of that leather armor." Han Qingyun sighed. "Master, if we can't break through the opponent's defense in the next attack, and our equipment is likely to be destroyed by the opponent, we will lose." At this point, Han Qingyun cupped his fists and bowed to Ji Yunfei. He said softly, "Master, we must win this match. I think we can only use that thing now." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei was shocked. He turned around abruptly and grabbed Han Qingyun's shoulder, rejecting him flatly. "No, we definitely can't use that thing." Han Qingyun sighed. "Master, if we don't use that thing, I'm afraid we will lose this match without a doubt. By then, the influence of the Heaven's Craftsman faction will be greatly reduced, and it will be impossible for us to expand our strength. Not only that, I'm afraid that the foundation of the Heaven's Craftsman faction will also be greatly weakened." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei's expression suddenly changed. Ji Yunfei knew what Han Qingyun wanted to say. Spirit water. In a cave behind the Tiangongmen's mountain, there was a cold ice spring. Not far from the cold ice spring, there was also a blazing spring. The water from the cold ice spring was bone-chilling, while the water from the blazing spring could melt gold and refine stone. These two types of spring water were actually useless when used alone. However, the magical part was that the steam from the two types of spring water would condense and drip down from the top of the rock wall above the two types of spring water. This kind of water droplet could only be dripped down 1 drop per year. It was quite rare. Up until now, the Tiangongmen had only collected 21 drops. Although these water droplets were rare, they were quite useful. As long as these water droplets were dripped onto equipment, it would immediately increase the toughness of the equipment. If the toughness of the armor increased, the defensive power would naturally increase as well. Every drop of spirit water could increase the toughness of the equipment by 10%, and the effects could be stacked. This was the idea that Han Qingyun had thought of. The collection of spirit water was too rare. Only 1 drop of spirit water could be collected every year. The Tiangongmen treated the spiritual water as a precious treasure and used it to guard the mountains. Was it necessary to use such a precious item to deal with a small Kikyaromen? Yunfei hesitated. Although deep-sea cold iron and gold essence were precious, they could still be bought with a high price. However, things like spirit water were not something that could be bought with money. No matter how much money one had, the amount of water dripping from the cliff would never increase. Thinking of the consequences of using the spirit water, Yunfei couldn't help but frown. No one had ever dared to mention the use of spiritual water since it meant that the Tiangongmen would have to use their last bit of strength. If anyone dared to suggest using the spiritual water, they would definitely be scolded by the Tiangongmen. Seeing Yunfei frowning and deep in thought, Han Qingyun didn't feel good either. If he lost this competition, and lost to an unknown Kikyaromen, then he wouldn't have to think about having a foothold in the Tiangongmen anymore. Although he was deliberately the vice sect master, he wasn't the sect master after all. If everyone went to the sect master and said that he couldn't do it, then he might really lose his position. The only thing he could do now was to win this competition and salvage the situation. As long as he could win this competition, and under such circumstances, the Tiangongmen's reputation would definitely increase greatly in the future. Kikyaromen's equipment was indeed very strong. It had already resisted a level 13 attack. If they defeated Kikyaromen under such circumstances, then no one in the entire South County would dare to compete with the Tiangongmen. After all, there were simply too few sects that could make equipment that could resist a level 12 attack. Moreover, even if they could make equipment that could resist a level 12 attack, so what? Wouldn't they still be defeated by the Tiangongmen? Han Qingyun believed that as long as they won this competition, even if he used the spiritual water, the benefits of this competition would definitely be able to make up for the spiritual water used. The most important thing now was to win. As long as they won, everything would be fine. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun cupped his fists again and said, "Master, we can't hesitate anymore. If we lose this competition, we're all finished." Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Yunfei couldn't help but want to slap him again. However, after thinking about it, he held back. Yunfei took a deep breath and said slowly, "Could it be that other than the spiritual water, there is no other way?" Han Qingyun smiled bitterly and shook his head. "If we can reforge the equipment, there are naturally better materials in the warehouse. However, there's no time now. We can only think of a way with this equipment. The only way is to increase the defense of this equipment as soon as possible. Only then can we win this competition." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Yunfei sighed. If you had directly used better materials in this competition, you wouldn't have to be in such a difficult position. Han Qingyun smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Master, when I first investigated Kikyaromen's background, I thought that using equipment made from deep-sea cold iron and adamantine would be enough to easily crush them. Who knew that it would end up like this?" Yunfei turned his head and looked at Kikyaromen's leather armor that was made from the skin of a wild bear. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "All right then, we'll do as you say." After saying this, Yunfei let out a long sigh. Seeing that Yunfei had agreed, Han Qingyun was instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked him. "Thank you, Master." Yunfei didn't say anything. He only raised his hand and waved at Han Qingyun, indicating that he should leave. Han Qingyun thought for a while, then turned around and walked over to Han Yuchao. He lowered his voice and gave him a few instructions before returning to his seat. Seeing Han Yuchao quickly run out of the competition venue, Han Qingyun let out a long sigh of relief. He sat back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. This action of Han Qingyun's was naturally taken in by everyone's eyes. However, Han Qingyun and Yunfei spoke very softly. They could only see the two of them whispering to each other, but they didn't know what they were talking about. Seeing Han Qingyun close his eyes to rest, Sun Qiao was puzzled. Just now, his leather armor had withstood a level 13 attack, and the Tiangongmen's equipment had a mark. Logically speaking, Han Qingyun should be nervous. But why was he only nervous at the beginning, and after talking to Yunfei, his expression became calm? Could it be that Han Qingyun still had some tricks up his sleeve? Sun Qiao thought carefully. Han Qingyun might have some tricks up his sleeve, but after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure out what had restored Han Qingyun's confidence. The spirit water was the Tiangongmen's secret. Naturally, outsiders wouldn't know about it. Chapter 374. This time, the wait was longer. Everyone waited for a full 15 minutes before Han Yuchao ran back with sweat all over his forehead. Han Yuchao came in front of Ji Yunfei, took out a porcelain bottle, and handed it over. Grand Advisor, the spiritual water is here. Ji Yunfei took the porcelain bottle, opened the seal on the bottle, and looked inside. The Tiangongmen had a total of 21 drops of spiritual water. Every 5 drops were sealed in a porcelain bottle. This time, Han Yuchao brought an entire bottle with a total of 5 drops of spiritual water. Looking at the spiritual water in the bottle, Ji Yunfei was a little reluctant to part with it. Every drop used was 1 drop less. If he wanted to increase it, he would need a year to obtain 1 drop. Now, in order to deal with Kikyaromen's leather armor, he had to use 5 drops of spiritual water. After looking at it for a long time, Ji Yunfei slowly walked to the Tiangongmen's armor made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine. He sighed, then slowly poured the spiritual water in his hand onto the armor. Sun Qiao looked at Ji Yunfei's actions with some confusion. She did not understand why he poured water onto the armor. The most important thing was that there were only a few drops of water in the bottle. Looking at the few drops of water flowing on the armor, they gradually merged into the armor. Seeing this, although Sun Qiao did not know what it was, she could vaguely guess what it was. The medicinal water that Ji Yunfei poured on the armor should be the kind of medicinal water used to make leather armor. Although she knew that the water was medicinal water, Sun Qiao was still very confused. Although the medicinal water had a certain effect, the effect was definitely not very strong. Just as Sun Qiao was puzzled, the spiritual water had completely merged into the armor. The next moment, the armor flashed with a faint white light, then disappeared. Seeing this scene, Sun Qiao could no longer hold it in. She turned to look at Han Qingyun and asked curiously, "What are you doing? What are you trying to do?" Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Han Qingyun shook his head, not knowing whether to agree or disagree. Nothing. Seeing that she could not get anything out of Han Qingyun, Sun Qiao quickly turned her head and looked at the armor again. The armor was still shining with a golden light, as if nothing had changed. However, Sun Qiao knew that those few drops of medicine must have had some effect. Otherwise, Han Qingyun would not be so calm. Sun Qiao didn't know what potion Ji Yunzhong had poured on the equipment, but some of the judges knew. As the third disciple of the sword crafting sect, Yun Zhenbai naturally knew many secrets. When Han Yuchao handed Sai Ping to Ji Yunfei, he had already vaguely guessed what was in the porcelain bottle. The gate spirit water of the Tiangongmen. This was something that Yun Zhenbai's master had mentioned to him by chance. Yun Zhenbai's master, Guan Zhensheng, happened to find a good sword when he was forging. He told Yun Zhenbai that if he dripped a drop of the Tiangongmen's spirit water on it, the quality of the sword would immediately rise by 1 level. Hearing his master say that there was something that could improve the quality of the sword, Yun Zhenbai hurriedly asked. Only then did Guan Zhensheng tell Yun Zhenbai about the spirit water. In the end, Guan Zhensheng sighed and said, "Spirit water is a rare treasure in the world. It can instantly raise the quality of equipment by 1 level." From then on, Yun Zhenbai knew about this treasure called spirit water. When Ji Yunfei looked at the item in the porcelain bottle with a pious look, Yun Zhenbai was even more certain that the item in the bottle was spirit water. Understanding this point, Yun Zhenbai couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that in order to fight with Kikyaromen, Han Qingyun not only used the limited amount of deep-sea cold iron and gold essence, but also invited Ji Yunfei. In the end, he even took out the Tiangongmen's gate spirit water. Yun Zhenbai turned to look at Han Qingyun, his heart somewhat shocked. At this moment, he completely understood that Han Qingyun could only win and not lose. No matter what price he had to pay, Han Qingyun would not allow failure. Yun Zhenbai looked at Ji Yunfei pouring the spirit water from the porcelain bottle onto the equipment. Looking at the water flow just now, it should be about 4 or 5 drops. Yun Zhenbai heard from his master that each drop of spirit water could increase the hardness of the equipment by 10%, which was also 10% of the defensive power. How much would 4 or 5 drops of spirit water increase the defensive power? Yun Zhenbai silently calculated in his heart. Just now, the Tiangongmen's equipment had withstood a level 12 attack. If the spirit water's effect was added, it might be able to withstand a level 17 or 18 attack. Thinking of this, Yun Zhenbai's forehead broke out in cold sweat. To be able to withstand a level 17 or 18 attack, how heaven-defying was that? Originally, he thought that Kikyomen's leather armor was already heaven-defying enough to withstand a level 13 or 14 attack. Now, the Tiangongmen's equipment had far surpassed Kikyomen's leather armor. Thinking about how the Tiangongmen's equipment had increased their defensive power by so much, Lin Zhenbai sighed in his heart. He turned his head and looked at Sun Qiao sympathetically. Kikyomen's equipment had already opened his eyes today. He did not expect that it could increase their defensive power by so much. In the end, he did not expect that it would lose to the Tiangongmen's treasure, the spirit water. What a pity! What a pity! What a pity for that high-quality leather armor. As the deputy leader of the Tiangongmen, Han Qingyun naturally knew how much spirit water the porcelain bottle in Ji Yunfei's hand could contain. 5 drops. Seeing Ji Yunfei pour the entire bottle of spirit water on the equipment, Han Qingyun's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed completely. No one knew better than him how much the defensive power of the equipment would increase with these 5 drops of spirit water. Han Qingyun nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at the white light that flashed on the equipment made of deep-sea frosty iron and adamantine. The white light that flashed on the equipment meant that the spirit water had completely merged with the equipment, and the defensive power of the equipment had increased correspondingly. Han Qingyun turned his head to look at Sun Qiao and said with a smile, "Leader Sun, you really surprised me today. A piece of wild bear skin can actually be used to make leather armor with such high defensive power. It's really unexpected." Hearing Han Qingyun's relaxed words and seeing the calm smile on his face, Sun Qiao's heart suddenly hung in the air. She thought about the medicine that Ji Yunfei had poured on the equipment and the white light that had flashed on the equipment. Sun Qiao suddenly realized that the medicine that had been poured on the armor was definitely not an ordinary medicine. It must be very useful. Thinking of this, Sun Qiao could not be bothered to answer Han Qingyun's question. She hurriedly asked, "Leader Han, what did Senior Ji pour on the equipment? Is it a medicine that can increase the defensive power?" Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Han Qingyun nodded calmly. "That's right. It's a potion that can increase one's defense." Sect leader Sun has good eyesight indeed. With just one look, you've understood the use of this item. Chapter 375. Hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Sun Qiao was shocked. Although she had already guessed that those few drops of potion were definitely potions that increased defense, she knew that this potion was not simple when she saw Han Qingyun's expression. After a moment of silence, Sun Qiao suddenly flew into a rage. She slammed the table and said angrily, "Han Qingyun, what's wrong with you? Don't you think it's shameless to use such a method in the middle of the competition?" Han Qingyun did not care at all. He just waved his hand and said, "Sect Master Sun, it's not written in our contract. Since it's not written, it means that I can do anything as long as it's within the scope of the contract." At this point, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing, "Of course, since we can do this, Sect Master Sun can do the same too. No matter what kind of defense you add to your equipment now, I won't mind. Don't worry, I won't be as stingy as you, haha." Looking at Han Qingyun who was laughing proudly, Sun Qiao said angrily, "Han Qingyun, you're too despicable. In order to win this competition, you're willing to use all kinds of methods. You're really disappointing." Hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Sect Master Sun, you're right. As long as I can win this competition, I'll use all kinds of methods. As long as I can win, I don't care about anything." At this point, Han Qingyun's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of coldness. "Sect leader Sun, I advise you not to fight with me, so as not to hurt the harmony between everyone. Anyway, you're going to lose in the end, so why do you have to make such a pointless struggle?" Looking at the despicable Han Qingyun, Sun Qiao was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. There was indeed no such clause in the contract. In other words, what Han Qingyun did was absolutely within the rules. In the past, no one had noticed this because everyone had a moral bottom line. No one could be so shameless. They knew that Kikyarumen's equipment was leather armor, but they still wanted to use equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine for the competition. Seeing that they couldn't win, they even invited the elders of their sect to use brute force to win this competition. In the end, they even used an even more despicable method to temporarily increase the defensive power of the equipment. This simply refreshed Sun Qiao's thoughts. She originally thought that Han Qingyun, as the leader of a large sect like the Tiangongmen, would at least have to abide by some rules. She did not expect Han Qingyun to do such a thing. Although Sun Qiao was furious, she couldn't do anything about it. Although Han Qingyun was despicable and shameless, the contract didn't specify this point, which made her feel helpless. Just as Sun Qiao was at a loss for what to do, she heard Yun Zhenbai's voice. Sect Master Han, the few drops of water that Senior GE dripped onto the equipment, is that the legendary spirit water? Hearing Yun Zhenbai's question, Han Qingyun could not help but clap and praise, as expected of the third disciple of the sword crafting sect. Your knowledge is indeed different. You even recognize our sect's treasure, the spirit water. Truly amazing. At this point, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing. That's right, this is spirit water that can increase one's defense. Hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Yun Zhenbai instantly exclaimed. Just now, he was only guessing. He did not expect the Tiangongmen to take out such a treasure in order to win this competition. Thinking that such a precious treasure was used in such a situation, Yun Zhenbai's heart ached as he sighed. Sect Master Han, it's too wasteful. Such a rare treasure was wasted on this equipment made of deep-sea cold iron. What a waste. After hearing Yun Zhenbai's words, Han Qingyun only smiled faintly and glanced at Sun Qiao from the corner of his eyes before slowly saying, Brother Yun, this is mainly due to Sect Master Sun's strength. He was able to forge a piece of armor made of wild bear skin into such a superb equipment. Since Kikyarumen can have such good equipment, why would we Tiangongmen be stingy with these few drops of spirit water? Sect Master Sun, don't you think so? Hearing Yun Zhenbai's words just now, Sun Qiao was already extremely shocked. In her eyes, equipment made of deep-sea cold iron must be rare equipment. She did not expect Yun Zhenbai to say that equipment made of deep-sea cold iron was not worthy of this drop of spirit water. In this case, the spirit water was something even more precious than deep-sea cold iron. No, it was something far more precious than deep-sea cold iron. Thinking of this, Sun Qiao looked at Han Qingyun in shock. She did not expect Han Qingyun to pay such a huge price just to deal with her. Just as Sun Qiao was still in shock, Yun Zhenbai's voice reached her ears again. Sect Master Han, what a pity. I once heard from my master that a drop of spirit water can increase a piece of equipment's defense by 10%. I wonder if this is true. In order to increase the Tiangongmen's influence and not let others know how many treasures the Tiangongmen had, Han Qingyun naturally answered Yun Zhenbai's question frankly. That's right. What your master said is true. Every drop of spirit water can increase a piece of equipment's defense by 10%. This is definitely true. Speaking of this, Han Qingyun turned to look at Sun Qiao and laughed. Oh right, Sect Master Sun, the effects of this spirit water can be stacked. I think I just saw my master pour a total of 5 drops of spirit water on that piece of equipment. Sigh. I wonder how much it can increase a piece of equipment's defense. Oh right, Sect Master Sun, I wonder if your equipment can withstand it. Ha ha. At the end, Han Qingyun could no longer hold it in and began to laugh loudly. Looking at Han Qingyun who could not stop laughing, Sun Qiao only felt more and more guilty. She did not even have the energy to be angry. Han Qingyun was right. When Ji Yunfei was pouring the spirit water, Sun Qiao was also staring at it. She was sure that there were 5 drops of spirit water. A drop of spirit water could increase a piece of equipment's defense by 10% and the effects could be stacked. A total of 5 drops of spirit water. How much defense would that increase? At the thought of this, Sun Chao's brows furrowed into a fried dough twist. Her heart gradually sank as if it had sunk into a 1,000-year-old ice cellar. She slowly fell into a cold place, causing her whole body to shiver. According to Sun Chao's estimation, equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine could originally withstand a level 13 attack. With the addition of these 5 drops of spirit water, it could probably withstand a level 18 or 19 attack. This change had already caused Sun Chao's mind to go blank. Sun Chao naturally knew how terrifying a level 18 or 19 attack was. If the Tiangongmen's equipment could withstand such a powerful attack, could her own leather armor? Chapter 376. The competition continued. The level 12 competition was over, and the level 13 competition was about to begin. Ji Yunfei took the saber from Han Yuchao and walked over to the Kikyaromen's leather armor. Ji Yunfei took a deep breath and repeated the same trick. With a thought, the true qi surged around his body, once again bringing up a large cloud of smoke and dust, blocking everyone's line of sight. Ji Yunfei sneered as he stood in the cloud of dust. He raised the saber in his hand and activated his true qi. A 1-foot-long blue light flashed on the tip of the saber. Seeing that the surrounding dust had completely obscured the audience's vision, Ji Yunfei growled and stabbed the saber in his hand into the Kikyaromen's leather armor. Ji Yunfei had used a slashing method in his previous 2 attacks. The Kikyaromen's leather armor was covered with a layer of heavenly silk. Ji Yunfei suspected that it was the heavenly silk that was causing trouble. That was why he couldn't cut the leather armor. In Ji Yunfei's opinion, the leather armor had been soaked in medicinal water. Other than that, there was only a thin layer of heavenly silk on the outside of the leather armor. Ji Yunfei was sure that the Kikyaromen couldn't have spirit water. Even if the Kikyaromen had spirit water, Ji Yunfei wouldn't be afraid. Ji Yunfei knew very well how strong the defense of the wild bear's skin was. Even if 10 drops of spirit water were poured on the skin, it wouldn't be able to block his attack. If that wasn't the case, then the problem must be the heavenly silk on the outside of the leather armor. With this idea in mind, he naturally had to give it a try. Therefore, Ji Yunfei used the method of breaking the surface of the leather armor at a single point to attack it. Ji Yunfei's idea was good, but as soon as the tip of his saber pierced the leather armor, he felt that something was wrong. The tip of the saber stopped moving after piercing the leather armor. Ji Yunfei could only sigh when he felt this sensation on his hand. Then, he retreated from the smoke. After the dust settled and the equipment was seen clearly, the audience cheered again. However, the judges' table was silent again. Not only was the judges' table silent, but there were also sighs. Looking at the intact leather armor, Yun Zhenbai sighed. Even though the leather armor could withstand a level 13 attack, it did not matter. That piece of equipment, which was made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine, could withstand a level 18 or level 19 attack immediately after being dripped with 5 drops of spirit water. Yun Zhenbai sighed in his heart. What a pity for this leather armor. In this world, there were also leather armors that could see level 13 attacks, but that was different. Those leather armors that could withstand level 13 attacks were undoubtedly made from superior materials. It was precisely because of the quality of the materials that equipment could withstand level 13 attacks. However, the leather armor in front of him was different. It was made from the skin of an ordinary wild bear. Kikyaromen's leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear could actually withstand a level 13 attack. No, Ji Yunfei was the one making the armor. Although the testing sword was only level 13, everyone knew that when Ji Yunfei used a level 13 sword, the effect would definitely be more than level 13. This kind of leather armor that subverted everyone's understanding was simply breathtaking. It was a pity that the people in the audience did not know the real situation, but the people on the judging platform already knew about the spirit water. Yun Zhenbai really felt that it was not worth it for the Tiangongmen. Such a precious spirit water was actually used in such a worthless way. Think about it, if you created a piece of superior equipment and then dripped the spirit water on it, how big of an effect would it have? When he thought of this result, Yun Zhenbai was extremely moved. Looking at the undamaged leather armor, Sun Chao did not feel happy at all. She only felt sad. So what if it could withstand a level 13 attack? Could it withstand a level 18 attack? Sun Xiao didn't even dare to think about whether or not her wilderness bear leather armor would be able to withstand a level 18 attack. Sun Xiao knew all too well how powerful a level 18 attack was. No matter what, Sun Xiao did not believe that a piece of leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear could withstand a level 18 attack. To be able to withstand a level 13 attack was already all thanks to Prince Zhong's ancestral skill. Most importantly, Sun Xiao admitted that Prince Zhong's ancestral skill was very powerful, but a skill was a skill after all. It could not reach a state where it could defy the heavens. To be able to make a piece of leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear resist a level 13 attack was already on the verge of defying the heavens. Sun Xiao even thought that Prince Zhong would not be able to withstand a level 14 attack. Perhaps, when Ji Yunfei used a level 14 attack, the leather armor would be torn apart. Yes, that's right. Under Ji Yunfei's powerful attack, as long as the leather armor's defense was broken, it would immediately be shattered. The next test was the Tiangongmen's equipment. Without any suspense, after the Spirit Water's enhancement, the defense of this piece of equipment made from deep-sea cold iron and adamantine immediately increased. Originally, a level 13 attack would have already left a mark on the equipment. But after the Spirit Water dripped on it, the level 14 sword easily bounced off, leaving no mark. It was as if it had never been hit at all. Seeing this scene, the judges were still silent. This was because they already knew that with the Spirit Water's enhancement, not to mention a level 14 attack, even a level 15 attack would be easily blocked. The judges knew this fact, but the people in the audience did not. The level 13 sword had already left a mark on this piece of equipment. Many people guessed that this piece of equipment would be destroyed under a level 14 attack. But they did not expect that the piece of equipment that was damaged by a level 13 sword would not be damaged at all by a level 14 sword. This change made the people in the audience unable to believe their eyes. After a short moment of silence, the audience immediately fell into a chaotic discussion. What's going on? Why didn't the defense break? Could it be that the Tiangongmen are cheating? Hearing the discussion in the audience, Sun Xiao sneered in her heart. She couldn't help but turn around and look at Han Qingyun. Sect Master Han, did you hear that? Someone said that you guys are cheating? Hearing Sun Xiao's question, Han Qingyun waved his hand and said indifferently, cheating? So what if I'm cheating? Ha ha ha. Han Qingyun laughed for a while before continuing, Sect Master Sun, if you're so capable, you can cheat too. I won't stop you. Ha ha ha. Hearing Han Qingyun's shameless words, Sun Xiao was so angry that she didn't know what to say. After a while, she said angrily, Han Qingyun, you're too despicable. Hearing this, Han Qingyun sneered, despicable? What do you mean by despicable? We Tiangongmen are rich and have countless treasures. Can we just watch as we lose the competition and not use the treasures that belong to us Tiangongmen? Sect Master Sun, wouldn't I be too stupid? Chapter 377. The match continued. Next, both sides would be facing a level 15 attack. Sun Xiao looked at Ji Yunfei, who was already holding a sword in his hand. Based on past experience, the leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear could at most withstand a level 5 attack. Now, however, it had to withstand a level 15 attack. Zhong Meng's ancestral skill had increased the defense by a whole 10 levels. Could it withstand a level 15 attack? More importantly, with Ji Yunfei attacking, it wouldn't be just a level 15 attack. Thinking of this, Sun Xiao subconsciously looked at Zhong Meng, who was sitting in the audience, hoping to gain some confidence from him. Han Qingyun, who was no longer worried, had been secretly observing Sun Xiao's movements. When he saw Sun Xiao looking at the audience, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly followed Sun Xiao's gaze. Sure enough, just as Han Qingyun had guessed, Sun Xiao's gaze was on the young man. Han Qingyun had originally suspected that there was something fishy about Kikyaromen's armor. Based on his experience, even if he didn't know how to make leather armor, he knew that it was almost impossible to make a leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear reach such a high level of defense. Unless the Chiqiao sect also had a treasure like the spirit water, they wouldn't be able to do this. But could Kikyomen have a treasure like the spirit water? Needless to say, Han Qingyun knew that it was impossible. It wasn't that Han Qingyun looked down on Kikyomen, but it was the truth. As the deputy leader of the Qiangongmen, his knowledge should be quite extensive. But until now, as the deputy leader of the Qiangongmen, Han Qingyun had never heard of any treasure other than the spirit water that could increase a piece of equipment's defense so much. If Kikyomen really had such a treasure, then after so many years, they would have used it once or twice. It could be said that as long as Kikyomen used such a treasure, Han Qingyun would definitely know. Han Qingyun was meticulous and careful. No matter what he did, he would only do it when he was in a foolproof state. In this competition between the Qiangongmen and Kikyomen was only focused on making equipment, but the Qiangongmen's Han Qingyun was definitely not having an easy time. In order to investigate Kikyomen's background, Han Qingyun had already sent people to investigate the entire South County. Basically, the Qiangongmen had investigated all the equipment sold by Kikyomen. The final conclusion was that Kikyomen was just an ordinary sect. There was nothing special about it. It was precisely because Kikyomen was too common that Han Qingyun decided to start with Kikyomen. However, what Han Qingyun did not expect was that Kikyomen's leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear could actually resist a level 14 attack. This was already beyond Han Qingyun's expectations. Han Qingyun knew that there was definitely a problem. With Kikyomen's strength, they definitely could not reach such a level. Then, what was the problem? Han Qingyun thought hard and thought of all the possibilities, but he still could not figure out where the problem was. Seeing that Sun Qiao was actually looking at that young man at the most dangerous moment, Han Qingyun began to have some doubts. Could the problem be with that young man? Looking at the young man sitting on the spectator's stand, who had been smiling the entire time, Han Qingyun's frown deepened. Was that really the case? Han Qingyun turned his head to look at Sun Qiao. He saw that Sun Qiao's originally nervous expression had actually calmed down. Han Qingyun's heart suddenly beat wildly. He was now basically certain that the problem was with that young man. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun stopped watching the competition and stopped looking at Sun Qiao. He only stared at that young man. He wanted to see what was wrong with that young man. Han Qingyun was puzzled. Ji Yunfei was even more puzzled. He did not understand why his attack just now could not break through the defense of this leather armor. This was really too strange. Ji Yunfei was certain that if his attack just now had hit his own equipment, it would definitely have been smashed into pieces. However, such a powerful attack had not damaged this leather armor at all. He had already tried using a knife to cut this leather armor, but it did not work. He had also tried using a knife to stab this leather armor, but it did not work either. Then, what should he do for his next attack? Ji Yunfei was in a difficult position. As the second elder of the Heaven's Craftsman faction, he actually couldn't break through the defense of a piece of leather armor even with a level 14 offensive weapon. If word of this got out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? However, what kind of attack should he use? Looking at the leather armor in front of him, Ji Yunfei suddenly gritted his teeth and secretly made up his mind. Ever since Ji Yunfei made his move, Leng Yelio had already hidden far away. Ji Yunfei's strength was very strong. She did not want to be affected by the attack at the side. Although Leng Yelio was standing far away, her eyes were wide open. She stared closely at the situation that was happening over here. Leng Yelio saw that Ji Yunfei hesitated for a moment and then began to swing his knife again. In the next moment, just like before, smoke and dust rose everywhere. The flying smoke and dust grew bigger and bigger. It enveloped Ji Yunfei and the leather armor. Standing at Leng Yelio's position, she could no longer see Ji Yunfei's figure. She could only see a sky full of dust floating in the air. Following Ji Yunfei's low roar, Leng Yelio felt the smoke and dust in front of her suddenly fluctuate rapidly. A moment later, a figure flew out of the smoke and dust and stood outside the smoke and dust. The person who flew out of the smoke and dust was Ji Yunfei. After he left the smoke and dust, he sneered at the direction of the smoke and dust. Just now, when he attacked, he still used a slashing method. However, although it was a slashing this time, it was definitely not an ordinary slashing method. Ji Yunfei's martial arts were very strong. He had a unique skill called triple wave. As the name implied, the meaning of triple wave was to be able to attack 3 times in a row in an instant. This was not a simple 3 slashes. Each slash was heavier than the previous one. If the first slash was 1 point sharp, the second slash would become 2 points of strength, and the third slash would become 3 points of strength. This method of stacking strength was Ji Yunfei's unique skill, triple wave. The reason why Ji Yunfei made the smoke and dust around him was to use his unique skill, triple wave. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ji Yunfei used his unique skill, triple wave, on the leather armor, increasing the power of his attack greatly. In this attack, although Ji Yunfei did not feel the blade cutting into the leather armor, he did not care. The blade of a level 15 knife was abnormally sharp. It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that it could cut through hair. For such a sharp blade to cut into the leather armor, even if it was as if it was nothing, it was not surprising at all. Ji Yunfei didn't believe that this leather armor could remain intact under the attack of his 3 heavy waves. Ji Yunfei had been famous for many years. He was very confident in his attack power. He believed that after this slash, the competition should be over. Chapter 378. As the dust in the arena gradually dispersed, Kikyarumen's leather armor, which was made from the skin of a wild bear, appeared before everyone's eyes. Ji Yunfei was the closest to it. Before the dust had completely dispersed, he was stunned. His face was full of disbelief. The leather armor was still on the shelf, undamaged. Ji Yunfei blinked hard, trying to make sure that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. No, his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. His ferocious attack just now didn't cause any damage to the leather armor. There wasn't even a mark left on the surface. It was as if Ji Yunfei hadn't attacked the leather armor at all. Ji Yunfei was shocked. He didn't expect that his ultimate skill, triple wave, wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the leather armor. Looking at the equipment in front of him, Ji Yunfei lost his initial calmness. He started to regret coming here. He shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. If he hadn't come, even if his disciple, Han Qingyun, lost, it would be his own business. It wouldn't have anything to do with Ji Yunfei. But now, he couldn't. He had already come to the arena. If he lost this match, he would be doomed eternally. Ji Yunfei kept thinking in his mind. What kind of battle tactic would he need to use to break the leather armor in his next attack? Looking at the dejected Ji Yunfei, Han Qingyun wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. As Ji Yunfei's disciple, he naturally knew how strong Ji Yunfei was. Although the attacks just now seemed powerful, Han Qingyun knew that Ji Yunfei hadn't shown his true ability. As the second elder of the Tiangongmen, how could he not have some trump cards? As long as Ji Yunfei was angry, he would show his true ability. Han Qingyun was sure that if Ji Yunfei showed his true ability, the strength of his attacks would definitely double. Now, both of their equipment could only withstand level 15 attacks. This kind of attack, for the equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and fine gold, was indeed impossible to withstand. However, with the support of the spirit water, it could easily withstand level 15 attacks. Han Qingyun guessed that if there weren't too many accidents, this equipment wouldn't have a problem withstanding level 18 attacks. Of course, this was only Han Qingyun's guess. After all, the spiritual water was so precious and he had never used it before. He only knew that when this spirit water was discovered, someone had used this spirit water in an experiment to test its effects. The conclusion was that buying a drop of this spirit water could increase one's defense by 10%. As for whether it could really increase one's defense by 10%, no one knew, and no one dared to experiment with such a precious spirit water. Even so, Han Qingyun was certain that his equipment could definitely withstand level 15 attacks. Before level 18 attacks, there would be no problems at all. What Han Qingyun was thinking about now was how to destroy the opponent's wallet between level 18 and level 15 attacks. The only thing he could rely on now was Ji Yunfei. Only when Ji Yunfei used his full strength would he be able to break the wallet. And now, Ji Yunfei was on the verge of exploding. Han Qingyun believed that when he attacked at level 16, Ji Yunfei would explode with his full strength. This was indeed the case. Ji Yunfei was furious and had already started to get angry. He was ready to use his full strength to destroy the leather armor that had humiliated him. After the Tiangongmen's equipment passed the level 15 test, it was time for the level 16 test. Ji Yunfei took the level 16 sword that Han Yuchao handed to him and gripped the hilt tightly as he walked towards the Kikyaromen's leather armor. In all these years, there hadn't been anyone worthy of Ji Yunfei's full strength. Now, he was going to attack a piece of equipment with his full strength. When he arrived in front of the Kikyaromen's leather armor, Ji Yunfei groaned. In an instant, the surrounding smoke and dust rose, blocking everyone's vision once again. In the smoke and dust, no one could see that Ji Yunfei's eyes slowly turned red. The joints on his arms started to crack and his muscles started to swell. In the blink of an eye, his arms were much thicker than before. Ji Yunfei felt the power in his arms and took a deep breath. True qi started to flow in his body and gradually gathered in his arms. The level 16 sword in his hand also spewed out red sword light. At this moment, Ji Yunfei was truly in his strongest state. Feeling the majestic power in his body, Ji Yunfei couldn't help but roar to the sky. A moment later, there was a long tail of light in his hand as he slashed towards the leather armor like an avalanche. Han Qingyun had been staring intently at the smoke and dust that had been rising from the ground. Although there was a lot of smoke and dust on the field, the red sword light emitted by Ji Yunfei's sword was too dazzling. Amidst the smoke and dust, Han Qingyun saw the red saber light. Only now did Han Qingyun feel completely relieved. The blue sword light was just a normal attack, but the red sword light was different. This meant that Ji Yunfei had used his full strength. Han Qingyun believed that not many people in the entire South County could block Ji Yunfei's full strength. Even Nai Tianhao's master, Jiang Nantian, the leader of the Sky Sword sect, had to be careful. Han Qingyun didn't believe that a piece of leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear could block such a powerful attack. The red sword light flashed in the smoke and dust. Han Qingyun wasn't the only one who saw it. Nai Tianhao from the Sky Sword sect also saw it. Nai Tianhao was shocked when he saw the red blade light. Even he would not be able to block such a powerful attack. Nai Tianhao had been practicing swordsmanship for more than 30 years. Until now, he could only make the sword in his hand emit a 1-foot-long blue sword light. Nai Tianhao naturally understood what the red sword light meant. He didn't expect Ji Yunfei's martial arts to be so powerful that he could emit a red sword light. Seeing this, Nai Tianhao could only sigh. He knew that Kikyaromen's leather armor was finished. Such a powerful attack could even split mountains. No matter how high the defense of a leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear was, it couldn't block such a powerful attack. Even if Kikyaromen's leather armor could block a level 16 sword light, Ji Yunfei's power was enough to shatter the leather armor. Nai Tianhao turned to look at Sun Qiao. He only wanted to ask if Kikyaromen still had such a powerful armor. If there was only one such armor, it would be a pity if it was destroyed by Ji Yunfei. Nai Tianhao inwardly lamented that it was a pity, but Yun Zhenbai didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. He was only thinking about what method the Seven Skills sect had used to make an armor made from the skin of a wild bear have such terrifying defensive capabilities. Chapter 379. Yun Zhenbai knew very well that if he could find out about this method, it would definitely be of great help to his sword forging. This time, Ji Yunfei's attack was not as silent as the previous few times. Instead, it made a muffled sound. After this muffled sound, countless vital energies surged in all directions in the smoke and dust, floating even further away. Not only that, but the people in front of the spectator stand were also shaken by the strong wind after that muffled sound. Their ears were buzzing, and some of the weaker people even faintly felt like vomiting. Sun Qiao grabbed her clothes, which were fluttering in the wind, and felt a burst of shock in her heart. She could actually feel such a powerful energy fluctuation from so far away. Just now, a slightly larger speck of dust in the smoke and dust had hit Sun Qiao's face, causing her to feel a faint pain. Sun Qiao stared blankly at the smoke and dust in the competition venue. Her mind had long been blank because of the shock. She was just a small Kikyaromen sect master, and had never seen such a powerful explosion of power. Now, she had seen it. However, Such a powerful explosion of power was actually caused by the leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear. The surroundings were quiet, and no one dared to speak. Everyone was waiting for the smoke and dust to dissipate. Ji Yunfei retreated from the smoke and dust, took a deep breath, and began to adjust his turbulent vital energy. That attack just now was indeed his strongest power. However, although the power this time was much stronger than before, the current Ji Yunlong was not as confident as before. This was because he did not see any fragments of the leather armor in the smoke and dust. Ji Yunfei was very clear that even if the leather armor couldn't withstand his strength, it would still fly all over the place. However, Ji Yunfei searched for a long time in the smoke and dust, but did not find any fragments of the leather armor. Seeing this scene, Ji Yunfei's heart began to beat faster. Although he was very confident in his own power, that leather armor was too strange. Now, he had become somewhat unconfident. The smoke and dust slowly settled on the ground. Although it had not completely dissipated, the crowd could still see the leather armor standing in the smoke and dust clearly. Ji Yunfei looked at the leather armor in shock. He was the closest to it, so naturally, he could see it the most clearly. After such a powerful attack, the leather armor was still hanging on the hanger without a scratch. How is this possible? Ji Yunfei could not help but exclaim. A level 16 saber, coupled with his full power, could not even break the leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear. If this were to spread, who would believe it? Ji Yunfei was certain that the power of his attack just now, even if it was a huge rock as big as a house, was split in half. However, the leather armor was still intact. Han Qingyun was truly shocked this time. Master's attack just now had indeed erupted with his full strength. But why couldn't such a powerful attack break through the armor's defense? At that moment, Han Kikyaromen's attack, Kikikyaomen, Kikyaromen, even a level 16 saber and his master's full power couldn't do anything to the 7 possibilities sect's leather armor, which was made from the skin of a wild bear. What should I do? Han Qingyun, who was originally as calm as water, was now a little anxious. After the level 16 test, Xiaomen was only level 17 before level 18. His master's powerful attack had actually failed. What should I do? Han Qingyun's forehead broke out in cold sweat again as he pondered. What should I do next? He had expected his equipment to be able to withstand a level 18 attack, but Kikyaromen's equipment was catching up. At this moment, although Han Qingyun was still sitting there without moving, he was extremely anxious in his heart. His master had used all his strength. In Han Qingyun's opinion, even if his master used a level 17 saber, he might not be able to break the armor. What should I do? Thinking of this, Han Qingyun could no longer sit still. He hurriedly stood up and walked towards Ji Yunfei. Although he could not think of a solution, it did not mean that his master could not think of one. Han Qingyun quickly walked in front of Ji Yunfei and said in a low voice, "Master, what should I do?" Ji Yunlong, who was already feeling embarrassed, was furious when he saw Han Qingyun. If it were not for this rascal, he would not have to come here to embarrass himself. Thinking of this, Ji Yunlong raised his hand again and slapped Han Qingyun hard. He said angrily, "Is this the result of your investigation?" Han Qingyun naturally knew why Ji Yunlong was angry. If he were in Ji Yunlong's shoes, he would have done the same. Covering his red face, Han Qingyun said in a low voice, "Master, even if you beat me to death now, it won't solve the problem." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunlong took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He also knew that this was not the time to be angry. "Then tell me. Now that things have come to this, what else can I do?" Han Qingyun heard this and quickly said in a low voice, "Master, I remember that you still have an ultimate skill that you haven't used. Later, why don't you use all your strength together with your ultimate skill? I think it should be able to double your strength." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei sighed and nodded. "Indeed, it can double my strength." Han Qingyun said, "If that's the case, then please use all your strength together with your ultimate skill. I think it should work." Ji Yunlong heard this and sighed again. "That's the only way. This equipment is too strange. In all these years, this old man has never seen such a strange equipment. A leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear can reach such a level. I'm afraid no one would believe me if I told them. After saying this, Ji Yunfei turned to look at Han Qingyun and asked with a frown, "Didn't you find anything wrong with my attacks?" After hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun shook his head. "No, I didn't find anything wrong with it." Ji Yunfei heard this and said doubtfully, "Could it be that Kikyaromen used some secret technique to increase the defense of this equipment?" Han Qingyun shook his head. Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. Kikyaromen is only a small sect and there are only a dozen people in total. Before the competition, I had already sent people to investigate these people thoroughly. They were all ordinary people and there was no possibility that any of them had a secret technique. Ji Yunfei heard this and nodded. Indeed, there shouldn't be such a secret technique. If there really was such a secret technique, wouldn't it be a heaven-defying existence? After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun couldn't help but frown. Kikyaromen's most skilled craftsman is undoubtedly Kikyaromen's leader, Sun Qiaowa. However, I have also investigated Sun Qiaowa several times. Chapter 380. Han Qingyun continued, Sun Qiaowa's manufacturing technique is a family heirloom. I've never heard of anyone in her family possessing such advanced techniques. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei nodded. From the looks of it, this technique doesn't belong to Kikyaromen. Someone else must have helped them. After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun's eyes lit up. He turned his head to look at Zhong Meng, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this person had helped Kikyaromen? Thinking of this, Han Qingyun hurriedly whispered into Ji Yunfei's ear, "At the start of the competition, the Seven Skills sect sent that young man sitting on the spectator's stand, but I chased him away. Now, he is sitting on the spectator's stand. I don't know if he has anything to do with this matter." As he spoke, Han Qingyun signaled Zhong Meng with his eyes. Ji Yunfei followed Han Qingyun's gaze and saw Zhong Meng. Seeing Zhong Meng smiling, Ji Yunfei felt a little suspicious. Could it be that this young man was the culprit? Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei turned his head to look at Han Qingyun and said in a low voice, "Go over there now and let this young man sit beside you. By the way, ask him if he was the one who did this. See if you can find out anything." When Han Qingyun heard this, he hurriedly nodded. "Don't worry, master. I'll do it right away." Seeing the two of them whispering to each other, Sun Qiaowa couldn't help but feel resentful. The two of them discussed for a while. Who knew what kind of rotten idea they would come up with? Ji Yunfei and Han Qingyun chatted for a long time before Han Qingyun left the competition venue and returned to the judges' table. As soon as Han Qingyun sat down, he turned to Sun Qiaowa and smiled. "Sect leader Sun, what's your relationship with that young man?" After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiaowa was stunned. She then asked, "What does this have to do with our competition?" "Sect Master Han, it's better if you don't know." King Han Qingyun shook his head and pointed at Zhong Meng with a smile. "Sect leader Sun, that's not right. That young man has an impressive appearance. I can tell at a glance that he's no ordinary person. Why don't you let him sit beside me? What do you think?" After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiaowa shook her head. "No need. He's fine sitting there. Let's continue with the competition. Don't worry about him." Han Qingyun shook his head. "That won't do. Sect leader Sun, it's not easy to meet such a valiant young hero. How can we not talk?" Without waiting for Sun Qiaowa's reply, Han Qingyun turned to the Tiangongmen's disciple and said, "Go and invite that young master over. Bring a chair over and place it next to me. Invite this young master to sit beside me. I want to talk to him in detail." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiaowa was taken aback. Her sect's competition this time was entirely dependent on Prince Zhong. If Prince Zhong were to do some little tricks over there, no one would notice. Once he came to Han Qingyun's side, Han Qingyun would probably keep an eye on him and prevent Zhong Meng from using his ancestral skills. Thinking of this, Sun Qiaowa hurriedly waved her hand at the Tiangongmen's disciple. "All right, you don't have to go. Just let him sit there." Before Sun Qiaowa could finish her words, Han Qingyun waved his hand and interrupted her. He said to the Tiangongmen's disciple, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and invite him over. Hearing this, the Tiangongmen's disciple did not dare to delay. He hurriedly responded and walked towards Zhongmeng. Seeing the Tiangongmen's disciple leave, cold sweat broke out on Sun Qiao's forehead. If it wasn't for Zhongmeng's help, they would definitely fail the next test. Thinking of this, Sun Qiao was so anxious that she screamed, "Stop right there. You're not allowed to go." The Tiangongmen's disciple who went to invite Zhongmeng was shocked by Sun Qiao's scream. He hurriedly turned around and looked at Han Qingyun, stuttering as if he wanted to say something. Hearing Sun Qiao's scream, Han Qingyun sneered in his heart. He finally understood that all of this was the young man's trick. Since he understood the problem, Han Qingyun could not let Zhongmeng go. Seeing that the Tiangongmen's disciple stopped in his tracks, Han Qingyun impatiently waved his hand and said coldly, "Who do you listen to? Hurry up and invite him over. If you can't, I'll hold you accountable." Hearing Han Qingyun's cold words, the Tiangongmen's disciple did not dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly turned around and left. Han Qingyun turned around and saw Sun Qiao about to chase after him. He hurriedly waved his hand to stop her and said with a smile, "Leader Sun, it's just a small matter. There's no need to trouble you to come over personally. If there's anything you want to say, just tell me." Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao said angrily, "Tell you? What's the use of telling you? I clearly told you not to invite Prince Zhong over. Why didn't you listen?" Han Qingyun smiled and waved his hand. "Leader Sun, calm down. I'm doing this for your own good. This Prince Zhong is your friend. I invited him to stay with us. I don't have any ill intentions. Why do you care so much? Hurry up and sit down. The competition is about to begin." At this moment, after hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao did not want to bother with him. She was about to stand up and chase after the Tiangongmen's disciple when she suddenly heard Yun Zhenbai's voice from the side. "Leader Sun, it's just changing seats. Moreover, this seat is higher and can see more clearly. Isn't it better to sit here?" After hearing Yun Zhenbai's words, Sun Qiao was stunned. This was originally a matter between him and Han Qingyun. She did not understand why Yun Zhenbai was speaking up. Sun Qiao indeed did not understand Yun Zhenbai's thoughts. However, she did not expect that Yun Zhenbai's thoughts were actually the same as Han Qingyun's. Everyone was a master craftsman. Although they did not understand the method of making leather armor, they did not believe that a leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear could display such terrifying defensive power. At this moment, everyone wanted to know how the Tiangongmen did it. Although Yun Zhenbai did not hear the conversation between Ji Yunfei and Han Qingyun, he only pondered for a moment. After hearing the conversation between Han Qingyun and Sun Qiao, he understood. Could it be that this young man was the key? Although Yun Zhenbai did not dare to confirm this matter, in order to explore fate and obtain this super technology, he was willing to do anything. Moreover, Han Qingyun only invited this young man over for a chat. Of course, Yun Zhenbai knew that Han Qingyun did not invite this young man over just for a chat. If he could obtain some useful information from their conversation, then this trip would not be in vain. After understanding this point, Yun Zhenbai supported Han Qingyun in inviting Zhongmeng over. Chapter 381. After hearing Yun Zhenbai's words, Han Qingyun sneered and said, "Sect leader Sun, we don't have any bad intentions. We just want to invite Prince Zhong over for a chat. It's fine, right?" Sun Qiao said angrily, "Sect leader Han, you think too highly of yourself. You didn't allow Prince Zhong to participate in the competition, so he could only sit in the audience. However, even if he sat in the audience, you're still not satisfied. What do you mean by doing this?" After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun waved his hand nonchalantly, "Sect leader Sun, we just want to get to know Prince Zhong. It's fine, right?" Actually, while Sun Qiao and Han Qingyun were talking, the Tiangongmen disciple had already run to Zhongmeng's side. "Sir, our sect leader would like to invite you to sit over there." Following the direction that Tiangongmen disciple was pointing at, Zhongmeng saw Han Qingyun. Zhongmeng smiled and nodded. Then, he stood up and walked towards the judge's table with the Tiangongmen disciple. At this moment, Sun Qiao was still arguing with Han Qingyun. Suddenly, She turned her head and saw Zhong Meng walking over. Sun Xiao looked at Zhong Meng in shock and asked in a trembling voice, why are you here? Seeing this, Zhong Meng waved his hand. Sect leader Han invited me. How could I not come? I have to give him face. Sun Xiao took a deep breath and calmed her agitated heart. Then, she asked, you're here. Before Sun Xiao could finish, Zhong Meng waved his hand and interrupted her, it's fine. It's the same wherever I sit. Sect leader Sun, don't worry. After saying this, Zhong Meng looked at Sun Xiao meaningfully and nodded. Then, he walked in front of Han Qingyun and said with a smile, Sect leader Han, why did you call me here? As the deputy leader of a large sect like the Tiangongmen, Han Qingyun still had his own style. Seeing Zhong Meng walk over, Han Qingyun didn't even move from his seat. He waved his hand at Zhong Meng and pointed at the chair beside him. Sit down. I want to ask you a few questions. Zhong Meng nodded with a smile and sat down. Seeing Zhong Meng sit down, Han Qingyun turned to look at Zhong Meng. Suddenly, he slammed the table and said coldly, where did you come from, brat? How can you be so rude? Do you think you can sit beside me? Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Zhong Meng's smile didn't change. He immediately stood up and carried his chair to the judge's table. Just now, Han Qingyun only wanted to give Zhong Meng a show of strength. He didn't really want him to leave because he still had questions to ask. Seeing that Zhong Meng was about to leave, Han Qingyun slammed the table again and said angrily, did I say you could leave? When Sun Xiao saw how rude Han Qingyun was, she was instantly enraged. She stood up and pointed at Han Qingyun, shouting, Sect leader Han, what is the meaning of this? You better give me an explanation. If you can't explain it clearly, then there's no need to continue this competition. Hearing Sun Xiao's words, Han Qingyun sneered, Sect leader Sun, if you dare to withdraw from the competition now, this competition will be considered your loss. Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Xiao sneered, Sect leader Han, you think too highly of yourself. You're not the only one here today. There are so many people in the audience and a few judges. Why don't you ask them if it's my loss if I withdraw from the competition if you're being unreasonable? Hearing Sun Xiao's words, Han Qingyun's expression froze. Although things wouldn't develop to the extent that Sun Xiao said, it would still be bad for the Tiangongmen's reputation. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun coughed and said slowly, Young master, I was a little harsh with my words just now. I don't blame you anymore. Come back and have a seat. I have something to ask you. Hearing this, Zhong Meng shook his head, I'm sorry, I have nothing to say to you. I'll sit over there. As he spoke, Zhong Meng had already moved his chair to the other side of the judge's table. Seeing that Zhong Meng was ignoring him, Han Qingyun's face turned pale. He tried hard to take a few deep breaths, and his expression softened slightly. Han Qingyun looked at Zhong Meng, who was sitting on the other side of him. He thought for a moment, and whispered a few words to the Tiangongmen disciple beside him. Hearing about Han Qingyun's fate, that disciple of the Heavens Craftsman sect immediately went to the side and found a few more disciples of the Heavens Craftsman sect. They all came to Zhong Meng's side and surrounded him tightly. Seeing this, Sun Xiao was really angry. She pointed at Zhong Meng, turned to Fan Yang, and asked loudly, Master Fan, you're the judge. Let me ask you, are you going to interfere in this kind of thing? The judge's table was only so big. Fan Yang naturally saw the disciples go over. Then, he saw the disciples surround Zhong Meng. Fan Yang was a little angry. After hearing Sun Xiao's words, Fan Yang suppressed his anger and stood up abruptly. He said to Han Qingyun, Master Han, since you invited this young master to sit on the stage, why do you have to go overboard and make everyone laugh at you? Hearing this, Han Qingyun smiled and said nonchalantly, Prince Zhong is my guest. Naturally, I have to protect his safety. Is it wrong for me to send people to protect him? At this point, Han Qingyun turned to look at Sun Xiao and said with a smile, This Prince Zhong doesn't know martial arts at first glance. My master's martial arts are so high. When he attacks later, if the aftershocks hurt Prince Zhong, wouldn't that be bad? Fan Yang was at a loss for words when he heard Han Qingyun say that it was to protect Zhong Meng. He couldn't find the words to object. Just now, when Ji Yunfei attacked, sand and stones flew everywhere. Even Sun Qiao was hit in the face by small grains of sand. At this moment, Han Qingyun said that the disciples were protecting Zhong Meng. Although he knew that it was sophistry, he couldn't do anything about it. Seeing that Zhong Meng was completely blocked, Sun Qiao began to worry. She didn't know how Zhong Meng's skill was activated. Naturally, she didn't know where these people were standing and whether they would block Zhong Meng's path. At this moment, Zhong Meng was looking at the path in front of him. Even Sun Qiao couldn't see Zhong Meng because she was blocked by those people. Sun Qiao was about to say something when Fan Yang's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Master Sun, it's better not to say anything. Senior GE has already started. Hearing Fan Yang's words, Sun Qiao was shocked. She turned her head and saw that Ji Yunfei had already taken the saber from Han Yuqiao and was walking towards the leather armor. Sun Qiao didn't know what Han Qingyun and Ji Yunfei were discussing. The only thing she was sure of was that Han Qingyun and Ji Yunfei must have come up with a new plan. Seeing Ji Yunfei getting closer and closer, Sun Qiao's heart rose again. Chapter 382. The competition continued. Ji Yunfei held his level 17 sword and walked to Kikyomen's equipment. Looking at the unscathed surface of the leather armor, he tightened his grip on the sword. Ji Yunfei stood in place and adjusted his breathing. When he felt that he was ready, his eyes suddenly narrowed. In an instant, the dust around him flew up and covered him again. In the dust, Ji Yunfei used all his strength again. The sword in his hand left a long red trail behind it and slashed towards the leather armor in front of him. Triple wave. Ji Yunfei was screaming madly in his heart, "Break! Break!" After Ji Yunfei's roar, the sword in his hand suddenly turned into a shadow and slashed at the leather armor like lightning. The people in the field only heard a muffled sound. Everyone was really uneasy. Even the ground trembled slightly. After this muffled sound, the smoke and dust seemed to explode and spread out in all directions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sound of small pebbles breaking through the air was constantly heard, flying in all directions. This time, Ji Yunfei's strength was too strong. The pebbles were like countless hidden weapons, and the pebbles were sent flying in all directions. Ah! It hurts. Ouch! Oh no, it hit my face. On the competition stage, only Ji Yunfei's area was covered in dust, but after his attack, the dust around him was completely blown away by the powerful force. The area around Ji Yunfei and the leather armor was completely clear, without the slightest bit of dust. The dust on the ground and in the air was blown away in all directions. The judges' table and the audience's stand were filled with dust, and for a moment, it actually blocked the audience's vision. Everyone could only hear someone beside them being hit by a pebble. Wailing sounds could be heard everywhere. After a while, the pebbles flew away and the dust in the air gradually dispersed. Only then did the audience see the situation on the competition stage clearly. On the competition stage, Ji Yunfei stared blankly at the leather armor in front of him, his mind blank. Just now, he had already used his strongest strength and skill, but he was still unable to cause any damage to the leather armor. Ji Yunfei had an absurd thought in his mind. The leather armor in front of him was just an illusion. That was why he couldn't break through its defense. Han Qingyun looked at the situation on the competition stage. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his heart gradually sank. Level 17 attacks were ineffective. What should he do? The next attack would be a level 18 attack. After dripping spiritual water on his equipment, he estimated that it should be between level 18 and 19. Now that he was level 17, wouldn't the next attack be a dangerous period? Han Qingyun turned his head with difficulty and waved his hand to call the disciples surrounding Zhong Meng over. Unexpectedly, the Tiangongmen disciple looked troubled. He pointed to the other side. He pointed to the other side and said, "Master, they're all injured. They're all injured." What? Hearing this, Han Qingyun stood up abruptly and looked in the direction of Zhong Meng. As expected, there's only Zhong Meng sitting there. The disciples of the Heavens Craftsman School he sent over have all disappeared. Seeing this, Han Qingyun gritted his teeth and whispered to the Tiangongmen disciple beside him, "Call the injured disciples over. I have something to ask them." Hearing Han Qingyun's order, the Tiangongmen disciple didn't dare to delay. He quickly responded and walked to the back. Not long after, the Tiangongmen disciple led a few injured Tiangongmen disciples over. "Greetings, Vice Sect Master." After the disciples greeted him, Han Qingyun asked in a low voice, "Was it Prince Zhong who injured you?" Hearing this, one of the injured Tiangongmen disciple quickly waved his hand. "No, it was second elder who was too strong. The pebbles he threw injured us." Hearing this Tiangongmen disciple's answer, Han Qingyun frowned and asked in a low voice, "Really? You're not lying to me?" That Tiangongmen disciple hurriedly cupped his fists and replied, "How would I dare to lie to you, Vice Sect Master? If you don't believe me, you can ask them." Hearing this Tiangongmen disciple's answer, Han Qingyun was a little annoyed. Just as he was about to ask again, Sun Qiao suddenly laughed coldly and said, "Sect Master Han, do you think that Prince Zhong was the one who injured your subordinates?" Hearing this, Han Qingyun laughed coldly and said, "So what? Even if I suspect you, so what? Out of so many people, why are my subordinates the only ones injured while the others are fine? Sect leader Sun, can you tell me the reason for this?" Hearing this, Sun Qiao laughed and said, "What other reason could there be? Of course it's because they were unlucky." Hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun was about to say something when Fan Yang suddenly said, "Sect Master Han, I don't think this was done by Prince Zhong. Look." As he spoke, Fan Yang opened his palm for Han Qingyun to see. In Fan Yang's palm, there was a pea-sized pebble. "Sect Master Han, under Senior GE's terrifying strength, if this pebble hit someone else, there would be injuries. Even I felt pain in my palm when I caught this pebble, not to mention others. As for your subordinates, perhaps they were really unlucky and were hit by a few larger pebbles. That's why they were injured." Seeing that Fan Yang was defending Sun Qiao, Han Qingyun couldn't say anything more. He thought for a while and gave a few more orders to the Tiangongmen disciples beside him. Hearing Han Qingyun's orders, the Tiangongmen disciples walked towards Zhongmeng again. Seeing that the disciples had walked to Zhongmeng's side and surrounded Zhongmeng again, Han Qingyun retracted his gaze and turned his attention back to the leather armor. Next would be a level 18 attack. Han Qingyun was thinking about what to do next. Although his master's attack was powerful, it still couldn't break through the leather armor's defense. What should he do? Han Qingyun had a headache. Han Qingyun wasn't sure about the effect of the spirit water. Whether his equipment could withstand a level 18 attack was still uncertain. If this equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine was destroyed by a level 18 attack, then he would lose this competition completely. What should he do? A level 17 sword, his master's all-out attack, and his master's ultimate skill still couldn't break through the leather armor's defense. Next, a level 18 sword, his master's all-out attack, and his master's ultimate skill still couldn't break through the leather armor's defense in Han Qingyun's opinion. Since he couldn't break through the opponent's leather armor's defense, then he would lose this competition. Chapter 383. If a level 18 attack still couldn't break through the defense of the opponent's leather armor, wouldn't they lose this match? Han Qingyun wasn't sure if that piece of equipment made of deep-sea frosty iron and adamantine could withstand a level 18 attack. He had been making equipment for decades and had made countless pieces of equipment, but he had never made one before. It could be said that there were very few pieces of equipment that could withstand a level 18 attack. What should he do? Han Qingyun only felt a splitting headache. He didn't feel confident using the deep-sea frosty iron, so he added adamantine to the deep-sea frosty iron. He thought that victory was in his hands, but he didn't expect to still be at a disadvantage. It didn't matter. The Tiangongmen were rich, so he would add some spiritual water to increase the defense of this piece of equipment. Han Qingyun only wanted to win. However, after spending so much effort and wasting so many resources, he was still on the verge of losing this match. Han Qingyun's eyes kept darting around as he quickly thought about what to do next to win this match. Looking at the competition ground and seeing Ji Yunfei standing there in a daze, Han Qingyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Now that things had come to this, he could only use this method. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun hurriedly stood up and walked towards Ji Yunfei again. At this moment, Ji Yunfei looked at the leather armor in front of him and didn't know what to do. He had used his strongest strength, a level 17 sword, and his ultimate skill, but he still couldn't break through the defense of this leather armor. What should he do? Most importantly, Ji Yunfei had already heard the people in front of the audience start to talk about him. This made Ji Yunfei blush. As the second elder of the Tiangongmen, in this kind of situation, he should have broken the opponent's leather armor with one blow and then enjoyed the admiration of the crowd. However, now that he had used all his skills, he still couldn't do anything to this leather armor. If he had known that this would be the outcome, Ji Yunfei definitely wouldn't have come. The reputation and prestige that he had painstakingly built up over the years had been completely wasted in this short period of time. Not only that, it seemed like he had become a laughingstock. Ji Yunfei only felt a nameless fire burning in his heart that made him feel uncomfortable. Seeing that Han Qingyun was here again, Ji Yunfei did not say a word. He went up and gave him 2 slaps to appease the anger in his heart. The 2 slaps forced Han Qingyun to take 2 steps back before he could regain his balance. Although Han Qingyun knew that Ji Yunfei was angry, there was nothing she could do. She could only cover her face and come before Ji Yunfei. "Master, you should calm down first. Now is not the time to be angry. We should think of a way to win this competition as soon as possible. After this competition, even if Master wants to beat this disciple to death, this disciple won't dare to resist." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei let out a long sigh. "Now that things have come to this, I have no other ideas. As you can see, my full strength attack just now was unable to break through the defense of this armor. I really have no other ideas." Speaking of this, Ji Yunfei's tone paused. He suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, didn't you just say that there was something wrong with that young man? Did you find out anything?" Han Qingyun shook her head. "No, I didn't find out anything." At this point, Han Qingyun turned his head and glanced at Zhong Meng, who was surrounded by the disciples of the Heavens Craftsman faction, before continuing, "I've already ordered people to surround that person, but it still didn't work." After hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Ji Yunfei frowned and said, "So this matter has nothing to do with him?" Hearing this, Han Qingyun shook her head. "I don't know either, but I think that Kikyaromen would never be able to make such a heaven-defying equipment. They could only make such equipment with the help of outsiders. During this period of time, other than this Prince Zhong who is an outsider, there is no other outsider who could possibly help Kikyaromen." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei frowned and asked, "Do you mean that the problem still lies with this kid?" Hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun nodded. "Other than this, I really can't think of any other possibility." Speaking of this, Han Qingyun could not help but frown. She pondered for a moment before continuing, "But, how did he do it?" Han Qingyun turned to look at Ji Yunfei and asked with some doubt, "Master, you have seen it before. Have you heard of such a magical skill?" After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei could not help but squint his eyes. After thinking carefully for a moment, he shook his head. "No, I have never heard of a skill that can increase the defensive power of equipment." Hearing this, Han Qingyun nodded. "I see. But, how did he do it? How could he make such a big change in a piece of leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear?" At this point, Han Qingyun's eyes suddenly lit up. He abruptly turned his head to look at Ji Yunfei and asked, "Master, do you think this person has something like spirit water? As long as this item is placed on the leather armor, it can increase the defense of the leather armor." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei nodded. "What you said makes sense. Although I've never heard of such a thing, I'm guessing that this leather armor should be made in this way. Otherwise, just relying on the quality of a wild bear's leather armor would definitely not be able to achieve such a defense." Hearing this, Han Qingyun said with some surprise, "Could it be that such a treasure really exists?" Ji Yunfei sighed, "There should be. Even something as miraculous as the spirit water can be found. Others should also have something similar." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun nodded. After a moment of silence, she said, "The problem now is, even if we know that they used such an item, how much can it increase the defense of the equipment? Could it be that this item has a stronger effect than spirit water?" Speaking of this, a trace of greed appeared in Han Qingyun's eyes. "Master, if we can obtain such an item, then wouldn't it be?" After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei's heart also thumped wildly. If his guess was right, there really was such a treasure in this world. If he could obtain this treasure, thinking of this item that could make a wild bear's skin into such a heaven-defying piece of equipment, Ji Yunfei felt his hands tremble slightly. Tiangongmen's spirit water was already a rare treasure. However, compared to such a treasure, it was simply trash. If he could obtain such a treasure and make such a heaven-defying piece of equipment, just thinking about it made him yearn for it. Ji Yunfei turned to look at Han Qingyun and found that Han Qingyun's eyes were also filled with excitement. Chapter 384. Ji Yunfei said, "If there really is such an item, we must get it." At this point, Ji Yunfei's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. No matter what price we have to pay, we must obtain this item. After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun nodded. "Master, don't worry. I know what to do." After hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Ji Yunfei nodded. "Then what do you plan to do next?" Han Qingyun thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, we must win this competition. Otherwise, it won't be so easy to take over those small sects. They might run over to Kikyaromen and go against us." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei frowned. "I'm afraid it won't be easy to win this competition. I used a level 17 sword to attack that leather armor, but you saw the result. It didn't work. If that's the case, even if I use a level 18 sword to attack that leather armor, I might not be able to break through its defense." At this point, Ji Yunfei turned his head and glanced at the equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and fine gold before continuing. "However, although our equipment is made of spirit water, there is a gap of 5 levels between level 13 and level 18. This means that our equipment might not be able to withstand a level 18 attack. If the defense of our equipment is broken, and the leather armor's defense is still intact, won't we lose?" After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun cupped his fists and bowed to Ji Yunfei. He then lowered his voice and said, "Master, I came across an item by chance. It's called the Spirit Enhancing Pill. Have you heard of it?" Spirit Enhancing Pill. After hearing this name, Ji Yunfei was shocked. He pointed at Han Qingyun and said angrily, "You unfilial bastard. Do you want me to eat the Spirit Enhancing Pill?" After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Master, I have no choice. The Spirit Enhancing Pill, after eating one, could immediately double a person's strength. Most importantly, the effect of the Spirit Enhancing Pill was so strong that it could be stacked. After eating one Spirit Enhancing Pill, one's strength would double. If he ate 2 Spirit Boosting Pills, his strength would increase by 2 times. The effect of the Spirit Enhancing Pill could be stacked up to 5 times. In other words, it could increase one's strength by 5 times. After eating the Spirit Boosting Pill, the effect would last for about an hour. The effect of the Spirit Enhancing Pill was powerful, so it was naturally incomparably precious. Even if one had the money, they might not be able to buy it. However, although the effect of the Spirit Enhancing Pill was very strong, it had a flaw. The main purpose of the Spirit Boosting Pill was to stimulate a person's potential within a short period of time. Only then could it double one's strength. The after effects of doubling one's strength were also quite serious. Every time he ate a Spirit Boosting Pill, his vitality would be greatly damaged. At the very least, it would reduce his lifespan by 2 years. If he ate 5 Spirit Enhancing Pills, no matter how many enemies he defeated, 10 years of his lifespan would be gone. Therefore, although most people knew that the Spirit Enhancing Pill could increase one's strength, not many people dared to eat it. Ji Yunfei looked at Han Qingyun in shock and said angrily, "Do you know what the Spirit Boosting Pill is? Do you know what the after effects of eating the Spirit Boosting Pill are?" After hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun nodded silently, then knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Master, I know. I know what the after effects of eating the Spirit Boosting Pill are." However, this disciple had no other choice. The Heaven's Craftsman faction had to win this competition. Only by winning could the Heaven's Craftsman faction smoothly annex those small factions and make the Heaven's Craftsman faction bigger and stronger. But, if we lose, not only will the Tiangongmen not be able to become stronger, we might not even be able to keep our current glory. Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei was unable to restrain his anger. He went forward and kicked Han Qingyun, causing him to roll on the ground a few times before he could stabilize himself. You, for your own personal gain, you didn't hesitate to make your master eat such a harmful pill. You, I hate you, how could I have taught such an unfilial disciple like you? Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun hurriedly crawled back and said with a trembling voice, Master, I don't want to either. If I was strong enough, I definitely wouldn't let you eat the spirit-boosting pill. But I'm weak. Even if I ate 5 spirit-boosting pills, it wouldn't have any effect. Saying this, Han Qingyun kowtowed to Ji Yunfei, then continued, Master, for the Tiangongmen to be able to become stronger, I wouldn't hesitate to give up my life. As long as we win this competition, even if you kill me immediately after we go back, I won't complain at all. Master, I have no choice. For the sake of the Tiangongmen, I beg you, Master, to accept my request. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei was so angry that he raised his hand and was about to kill Han Qingyun. But his hand fell on Han Qingyun's head and could not go any further. Seeing that his master was about to kill him, Han Qingyun was so scared that he trembled. Just as he was about to run away, he saw Ji Yunfei's hand stop on his head and did not continue to hit him. Han Qingyun hurriedly raised his head and saw that Ji Yunfei's face was already covered in tears. Seeing Ji Yunfei like this, Han Qingyun's tears also flowed down. Master, even if you beat me to death, I won't have the slightest complaint. I only hope that Master will take this spirit-boosting pill for the sake of the Heaven's Craftsman faction's reputation. Then, I can die without complaint. After saying this, Han Qingyun raised his head and closed his eyes, waiting for Ji Yunfei to deal with him. Seeing Han Qingyun like this, Ji Yunfei's hand stopped in mid-air and slowly started to tremble. After a while, Ji Yunfei slowly retracted his hand and suddenly sighed. He muttered to himself, for the sake of the Tiangongmen, I'll spare your life for now. Saying this, Ji Yunfei's voice paused for a while before he continued with a sad tone. Where's the spirit-boosting pill? Give it to me. For the sake of the Tiangongmen, it doesn't matter if I lose a few years of my life. Speaking of this, Ji Yunfei's old tears flowed down his cheeks. He was already very old and didn't have many years left to live. But now, he had to eat the spirit-enhancing pill and reduce his lifespan. How could he not cry bitterly? After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun was immediately overjoyed. He quickly stood up and said, Master, please wait for a moment. I'll send someone to get it. After saying this, Han Qingyun waved at Han Yuchao. When Han Yuchao came in front of him, he leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing Han Qingyun's instructions, Han Yuchao did not dare to delay. He hurriedly responded and turned to run out of the field. For such a precious medicine, naturally, he would not be at ease letting an outsider take it. Chapter 385. Ji Yunfei took the bottle of medicine that Han Yuchao handed over. Not only did he feel sorrow in his heart, his tears once again flowed down. Kikyaromen's leather armor, which was made from the skin of a wild bear, had pushed him to this point. Sigh. Ji Yunfei let out a long sigh and took out a pill from the bottle. He threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. Seeing that Ji Yunfei had only taken one pill and closed the bottle cap, Han Qingyun felt a little dissatisfied. For Kikyaromen's honor, his master should have taken 5 pills in a row. However, Han Qingyun couldn't go up and say this. He could only pray that Ji Yunfei, who had doubled his strength, would be able to break the leather armor. As the 8th disciple of the Medicine King Pavilion, Fan Yang had already recognized what medicine Ji Yunfei had taken the moment he had swallowed it. It was a spirit-enhancing pill. Fan Yang knew very well what a spirit-enhancing pill could do. Anyone who took a spirit-enhancing pill would have their strength doubled. Although the effects of the spirit-enhancing pill were powerful, the side effects were also quite severe. That's right, each spirit-enhancing pill could take away 2 years of your life. Seeing Ji Yunfei take the pill with tears streaming down his face, Fan Yang couldn't help but sigh. At this point in the competition, Fan Yang knew very well why Ji Yunfei had taken the pill. Kikyaromen's leather armor, which was made from the skin of a wild bear, had incredible defense. Even a level 17 sword and Ji Yunfei's all-out attack couldn't break through the armor's defense. Looking at the bottle in Ji Yunfei's hand, Fan Yang knew that the Tiangongmen had no other choice. Otherwise, Ji Yunfei wouldn't have taken the spirit-enhancing pill. Fan Yang recognized the spirit-enhancing pill, but Sun Qiao, who was from a small sect, didn't. She looked at Ji Yunfei for a while, then turned to Fan Yang. "Master Fan, may I ask what pill Ji Yunfei took?" Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Fan Yang was stunned. He didn't know if he should answer it. After a long while, Fan Yang turned his head to look at Han Qingyun. Seeing that Han Qingyun was not looking in his direction, he lowered his voice and spoke slowly. "Sect Master Sun, if I'm not wrong, Senior Ji ate a spirit-enhancing pill." "Spirit-enhancing pill?" Sun Qiao repeated the name. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she stared at Ji Yunfei. After a long while, she turned to Fan Yang and asked in a low voice, "Brother Fan, what about you?" "Master Fan, the spirit-boosting pill you mentioned, is it the kind of pill that can increase one's strength?" Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Midnight nodded silently. Seeing Fan Yang nod, Sun Qiao immediately covered her mouth in surprise. She looked around and asked in a low voice, "I've heard that although the spirit-enhancing pill can increase a person's strength, it can also cause a person's vitality to be greatly damaged. It can even reduce one's lifespan. I wonder if it's true." Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Fan Yang sighed. "Of course it's true. This pill stimulates a person's potential. It's a combination of highly toxic substances. If a person eats it, their vitality will be greatly damaged and their lifespan will be shortened." Hearing Fan Yang's words, Sun Qiao asked in surprise, "If that's the case, then why did he eat it?" Speaking up to this point, Sun Qiao stopped and didn't ask any more questions. Because she already knew why Ji Yunfei ate a pill that could shorten a person's lifespan. Sun Qiao sighed in her heart when she understood the reason for the matter. For this competition, Prince Zhong didn't hesitate to sacrifice 3 years of his lifespan to use his ancestral technique to help him win this competition. Now, Ji Yunfei ate a spirit-enhancing pill to defeat Kikyomen. Sun Qiao was speechless. She didn't understand why this was happening. Originally, the Tiangongmen and Kikyomen didn't interfere with each other. The Tiangongmen made their metal equipment while Kikyomen sewed their leather armor. Everyone lived in harmony. However, because the Tiangongmen wanted to take over Kikyomen, they ended up eating random pills. Sigh. Sun Qiao could only sigh deeply at this situation. Hearing Sun Qiao's sigh, Pan Qingyun felt very uncomfortable. Just now, Fan Yang and Sun Qiao were whispering. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, he knew very well what they were talking about. Ji Yunfei was the most conspicuous person in the competition. Everyone probably saw how he ate the pill just now. As a master pharmacist, it wasn't strange that Fan Yang knew about the pill. It was even more strange that Sun Qiao asked him about it. However, in Han Qingyun's eyes, this was like a slap to his face. In the competition between the huge Tiangongmen and the small Kikyomen, not only did the Tiangongmen's second elder have to be sent out, they even had to rely on pills to increase their strength. If news of this spread, they would definitely become the laughingstock of others. Han Qingyun knew this very well, but he had no other choice. At this point, he could only win this competition and use reality to slap everyone in the face. Although everyone would laugh at the Tiangongmen, so what? Let everyone know the Tiangongmen's strength and the Tiangongmen's determination. There was nothing wrong with this. Just as Han Qingyun was thinking about how to subdue these small sects after winning this competition, Sun Qiao, who was beside him, suddenly turned her head and said, "Don't worry. Sect leader Han, I see that this competition is going to be very difficult. Why don't we stop the competition?" Hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun only felt his face burning. An unknown anger suddenly rose in his heart. He turned to look at Sun Qiao and said coldly, "Sect leader Sun, do you not dare to continue? Or do you want to admit defeat?" Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao was stunned. She quickly said, "Sect leader Han, this competition has already caused both sides to suffer. If we continue, I'm afraid the losses will be even greater. If we shake hands and make peace now, it's still not too late. To be honest, when Sun Qiao said this, she really did not have any bad intentions. She just saw that Ji Yunfei was already so old, yet he still had to take that kind of medicine that would shorten his life. She could not bear it in her heart, so she wanted to cancel the competition and make peace. Who knew that not only did Han Qingyun not appreciate her kindness, he even took the initiative to provoke her. Han Qingyun's actions made Sun Qiao's heart turn cold. Sun Qiao looked at Ji Yunfei in the competition arena and said softly, "Sect leader Han, don't you think that winning this competition is too much?" Hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun shook his head and said lightly, "As long as I can win this competition, I'm willing to pay any price." After hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Sun Qiao shook her head helplessly. "All right then. If you're willing to pay the price, then I have no choice but to continue the competition." Han Qingyun laughed coldly. "Sect leader Sun, don't think that Kikyomen can win this competition just because its leather armor can withstand a level 17 attack. Let me tell you, that's impossible. Your Kikyomen will never win." Chapter 386. Seeing that Han Qingyun was about to go berserk, Sun Qiao ignored him and turned to look at Zhong Meng. She saw that Zhong Meng was still surrounded by those people. He couldn't even watch the match. Seeing this, Sun Qiao sighed. In order to win this match, the Tiangongmen Ji Yunfei didn't hesitate to take the pill that would shorten his lifespan. On the other hand, in order to win, Prince Zhong didn't hesitate to sacrifice 3 years of his lifespan to use his mysterious ancestral skill. What was the point of all this? The match continued. Ji Yunfei calmed himself down and slowly took the level 18 saber from Han Yuchao. He walked towards Kikyomen's leather armor. When he reached Kikyomen's leather armor, Ji Yunfei started to circulate his true qi. As soon as his true qi started to circulate, Ji Yunfei felt something different. The surging immortal true qi flowed through his body like a raging sea. Ji Yunfei was shocked. He began to silently chant the mysterious art. This surge of true qi was transferred to his whole body. Finally, it erupted around his body. It rolled up a large amount of dust and once again shrouded Ji Yunfei's body. Sand and dust danced in the air, circling around Ji Yunfei endlessly. In the dust, Ji Yunfei circulated his true qi to his hands. In an instant, the saber in Ji Yunfei's hand glowed brightly at the tip of the saber. Ji Yunfei looked at the gleam on the tip of the saber and sighed in his heart. Before he took the pill, the gleam on the tip of the saber was red. It was a faint red. But now, it was different. The gleam on the tip of the saber was brighter and brighter. Ji Yunfei let his body quickly move around. Feeling this powerful true qi, Ji Yunfei suddenly roared towards the sky. Break! Following his roar, Ji Yunfei's saber slashed towards the leather armor in front of him. When Ji Yunfei chopped down with his saber, the dust in the air suddenly stopped. Following a muffled sound, the dust in the air once again erupted in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the moment of the eruption of smoke and dust, countless small air-piercing sounds rang in everyone's ears. Everyone was so shocked that they hurriedly hid under the table. Everyone was hiding under the table. They felt the vibrations coming from the table and heard the sound of dust hitting the table. They couldn't help but be shocked. Ji Yunfei's attack this time was so violent that even Sun Qiao was no exception. Seeing that the situation was not right, she lowered her body and hid under the table. As time passed, screams could be heard all around. Sun Qiao was overwhelmed with shock. She never thought that after Ji Yunfei ate the spirit-enhancing pill, the effects would be so obvious. The attack this time was clearly much stronger than the previous one. Last time, when the sand from the dust hit his face, he only felt pain. This time, through the vibration of the table, Sun Qiao was sure that if she was hit by the sand brought by the dust, she would definitely be injured. The process of dust flying everywhere actually only took a very short time. A moment later, Sun Qiao could no longer hear the sound of sand flying past. Seeing that there was no more sand flying past, Sun Qiao was about to crawl out of the table when she heard Ji Yunfei's sorrowful shout from the arena. How is this possible? Why hasn't it broken yet? Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Sun Qiao's nervous heart instantly relaxed. She knew that her leather armor had withstood a level 18 attack again, Sun Qiao sat back down in her seat and looked at Ji Yunfei, who was in a daze. She was not only relieved, but also shocked. Although the testing knife was a level 18 knife, with Ji Yunfei's terrifying strength, it was not as simple as level 18. In addition to the spirit-enhancing pill that Ji Yunfei had just eaten, he had probably passed the level 20 test. Thinking of level 20, Sun Qiao only felt her heart beat faster. Ever since Sun Qiao started crafting equipment, she had come into contact with many pieces of equipment. What kind of equipment could withstand a level 20 attack? Sun Qiao had never even thought about this question. For leather armor, being able to withstand a level 10 attack was already considered quite strong. But now, this leather armor had actually withstood a level 20 attack. Sun Qiao did not expect that Zhongmeng's family's ultimate skill would be so terrifying. If anyone could wear this kind of armor, even an expert like Ji Yunfei would not be able to do anything to them. Ji Yunfei looked at the leather armor in front of him that was still intact after being attacked violently. He felt like crying. He had used all his strength, but still could not break the defense of this leather armor. In order to restore the reputation of the Tiangongmen, he did not hesitate to reduce his lifespan by 2 years and eat the spirit-enhancing pill that was both loved and hated. But still, the defense of this leather armor was not broken. How could this be? How could the defense of this leather armor be so strong? Could it be that he had to eat 5 spirit-enhancing pills for it to break? 5 spirit-enhancing pills would reduce his lifespan by 10 years. Thinking of 10 years of lifespan, Ji Yunfei's tears fell again. No, I can't eat anymore. I've already reduced my lifespan by 2 years. If I eat 4 more pills, I'll be in trouble. 10 years of lifespan. How many 10 years does a person have in their lifetime? No, I haven't enjoyed enough in this world. With these 10 years, I'll be able to enjoy a lot of good food and wine. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei made up his mind. This time, he would definitely not eat any more pills. Seeing that Kikyaromen's leather armor was still intact, Han Qingyun's heart sank. The Tiangongmen's armor had withstood a level 18 attack. Now, it was his turn to face the challenge of a level 18 attack. To be honest, Han Qingyun was not confident that his armor could withstand a level 18 attack. The original plan was that the armor could withstand a level 13 attack. After being strengthened by the spiritual water, Han Qingyun estimated that it could withstand a level 18 attack at most. Han Qingyun didn't dare blink his eyes as he watched the female Kikyaromen disciple, afraid that he would miss out on any details. As the female Kikyaromen disciple raised the level 18 blade higher and higher, Han Qingyun's heart started to beat faster and faster. Han Qingyun didn't even dare breathe loudly, as he was afraid that he would increase the power of the level 18 blade. As he watched the level 18 blade rise above his head, Han Qingyun suddenly felt an urge to shout for it to stop. Han Qingyun was really scared. The moment the blade was chopped down would be the most crucial moment. If the blade destroyed the armor, the Tiangongmen's reputation would be completely ruined. If the Tiangongmen's reputation was ruined, it wouldn't matter. They could slowly rebuild it. However, Han Qingyun's position as the deputy sect master would really come to an end. Han Qingyun was certain that many precious materials had been used for this competition. Even the sect's most precious spiritual water had been used. Chapter 387. For this competition, Han Qingyun had already used his limited amount of deep-sea cold iron, precious gold essence, and priceless spirit water. If he still failed after using so many precious materials, Han Qingyun was sure that if he failed, he would only be able to hold on to his position as the vice-sect leader for 2 more days before he was fired. After working so hard for so many years, how could Han Qingyun be willing to give up this position? Why did Han Qingyun organize this competition? It was because he wanted to challenge for the position of sect leader. If he succeeded, he would be able to take in a large number of smaller sects and expand the strength of the Tiangongmen. This would be equivalent to expanding the Tiangongmen's power by a lot. With this kind of contribution, Han Qingyun believed that the position of sect leader would be his sooner or later. But now, an unknown Kikyaromen had actually chased him to this extent. The female disciple of the Heavens Craftsman sect slowly raised the level 18 saber above her head. When she reached the highest point, She looked at the equipment of the Heavens Craftsman sect in front of her and suddenly widened her eyes. With a loud roar, she used all her strength to draw a semicircle in the air with the saber she had raised above her head and hacked at the equipment. Ding! The female Tiangongmen disciple retracted her sword and looked at the equipment. When she saw it clearly, she was overjoyed. Sect leader, I've created another mark. I've created another mark on the Tiangongmen's equipment. Haha, looking at the female Tiangongmen disciple who was laughing at the sky, Sun Qiao's eyes lit up. This time, she had created a mark on the Tiangongmen's equipment. Then, she would most likely be able to break through the equipment's defense next time. Thinking of this, Sun Qiao took out her handkerchief and wiped the sweat from her forehead due to her nervousness. A smile appeared on her face. Smelling the fragrance on Sun Qiao's handkerchief and seeing the smile on her face, Han Qingyun suddenly felt like he was being mocked. Although Sun Qiao wasn't looking at him, Han Qingyun had this feeling. Sun Qiao was mocking him. Mocking his incompetence, mocking him for being blind, mocking him for overestimating himself. Seeing the smile on Sun Qiao's face, Han Qingyun suddenly slammed the table and said coldly, "You want to defeat me? Don't even think about it." After saying this, Han Qingyun suddenly stood up and walked towards Ji Yunfei. Sun Qiao was a little confused as she watched Han Qingyun leave her seat. She knew that Han Qingyun had gone to find Ji Yunfei to discuss a solution. But now that things had come to this, what good solution could they come up with? Seeing Han Qingyun walking over, Ji Yunfei no longer had any thoughts of beating him up. That was because it was already meaningless. At this point, Ji Yunfei already couldn't think of any way to break through the leather armor's defense. As for the problem of taking medicine, Ji Yunfei had already thought it through. He absolutely could not take it anymore. It was better for him to enjoy the 10 years than to waste it here. Ji Yunfei had even planned that as long as he left this place, he would immediately travel around and enjoy these wonderful 10 years. Han Qingyun came in front of Ji Yunfei. Without saying anything, he first knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, saying sincerely, "Master, you are willing to take the spirit-boosting pill for the sake of the Tiangongmen's reputation. Your disciple's heart is filled with admiration. I can't wait to take the spirit-boosting pill for you as a disciple to repay your kindness in teaching me." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei stretched out his hand and helped him up. He sighed, "Qingyun, I think we should forget about this competition. That leather armor is too strange. In my opinion, to break through the defense of that leather armor is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In my opinion, why don't we have a good talk with sect leader Sun about this competition? Why don't we call it a draw? This way, our sect's treasure, the Heaven and Earth Cauldron, won't be lost to Kikyaromen as a prize. If we do this, our losses won't be too great. Although we'll waste a few drops of spirit water, I'll speak up for you. Don't take it to heart." As soon as Ji Yunfei finished speaking, Han Qingyun hurriedly said, "Master, you mustn't do that. If we say we want to call it a draw now and outsiders find out, they'll laugh at us. They'll think that we Tiangongmen are afraid of Kikyaromen. Master, you mustn't do this. You mustn't make peace." When Ji Yunfei heard this, he sighed, "It's not that I want to make peace. It's just that we really have no way of breaking through Kikyaromen's leather armor's defense." After hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Han Qingyun hesitated for a moment before probing, "Master, how many spirit-boosting pills did you take just now?" When Ji Yunfei heard this, he raised a finger and sighed, "I took 1 spirit-boosting pill just now. Unfortunately, it didn't work. I still couldn't break through the leather armor's defense." After hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Han Qingyun gritted his teeth and said softly, "Master, I think you should take all of them. Then you'll be able to increase your strength by 5 times. You should be able to." Ah! Before Han Qingyun could finish speaking, Ji Yunfei slapped him 2 to 3 meters away. Ji Yunfei quickly walked in front of Han Qingyun, grabbed him by his clothes, and lifted him up. He said angrily, "Han Qingyun, do you know that eating 5 spirit-enhancing pills will reduce your lifespan by 10 years? Open your dog eyes and see how many years your master has left to live." When he heard his master's words, Han Qingyun was shocked. If Ji Yunfei didn't take the pills, with his current strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to break through the leather armor. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun hurriedly squeezed out a few drops of tears and said with a choked voice, "Master, I shouldn't have made such an unreasonable request. However, I have no other choice. For the sake of the Qiangongmen's reputation, I'm willing to go through fire and water for the Qiangongmen. Even if I die, I won't regret it. If I was strong enough, I definitely wouldn't ask you to take these pills. However, I'm not strong enough. Even if I took all these pills, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up to your current strength. It would be a waste of these pills. Master, you've seen that most of the small sects are supporting Kikyaromen. If we lose this time, not only will the Qiangongmen not be able to increase their strength, I'm afraid that the Qiangongmen's original disciples will become restless. I'm afraid that they'll leave the Qiangongmen and join Kikyaromen. When that happens, you and I will become the sinners of the Qiangongmen. We'll never be able to raise our heads again. If the Qiangongmen continue to decline because of this, I'm afraid that we won't be able to survive even 100 deaths. Master, we have to think of a way." After saying this, Han Qingyun secretly glanced at Ji Yunfei. Seeing that his face was still angry, he hurriedly said, "Master, I won't let you down. Master, I won't implicate you. Please give me the medicine. I'll take these spirit-enhancing pills and test them myself." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei was stunned and asked, "But, even if you take them, it won't be of any use." Chapter 388. After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun said sadly, "Master, now that things have come to this, there's no other way. For the reputation of the Qiangongmen, I can only take the risk and try." Ji Yunfei sighed, "With your martial arts, even if you take the spirit-enhancing pill, I'm afraid your abilities are still far from enough." Han Qingyun heard this and sighed, "For the reputation of the Qiangongmen, I'm prepared to take 10 spirit-enhancing pills to test the effects. If it succeeds, there should still be a chance to try." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei's heart trembled violently. 10 spirit-enhancing pills would reduce one's lifespan by 20 years. He did not expect that Han Qingyun would be willing to take 10 spirit-enhancing pills for the reputation of the Qiangongmen. Looking at Han Qingyun's tear-stained face, Ji Yunfei suddenly felt a little ashamed. They were both disciples of the Qiangongmen, and he was also Han Qingyun's master. However, at this crucial moment, as a master, his awareness was not as high as Han Qingyun's. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei's heart moved a little. He had just taken 1 spirit-enhancing pill and had already reduced his lifespan by 2 years. If he continued to take pills, he would only need to take 4 more. In this way, it would only reduce his lifespan by 8 years. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei's heart began to hesitate. For the reputation of the Qiangongmen, was it worth it to reduce his lifespan by 10 years? If he had 10 more years of lifespan, how many benefits would he enjoy? Ji Yunfei repeatedly pondered between these two thoughts. One thought was for him to give up on this place and quickly enjoy life. The other thought was for the reputation of the Qiangongmen, so what if he had to reduce his lifespan by 10 years? Furthermore, Han Qingyun was willing to reduce his lifespan by 20 years for the reputation of the Qiangongmen. However, looking at Han Qingyun's shiny black hair, Ji Yunfei's heart began to hesitate again. Han Qingyun was much younger than him. Even if he reduced his lifespan by 20 years, he could still live for a long time. However, if he reduced his lifespan by 10 years, he really did not have many years left to live. Looking at his temples and his white hair, Ji Yunfei's heart became even more hesitant. Should he take the pill for the sake of the Qiangongmen's honor, or should he leave this place and enjoy himself for a while longer? Han Qingyun stood to the side, his eyes secretly sizing up Ji Yunfei's face. Han Qingyun was very clear that even if he ate 10 strength-boosting pills, it would not have any effect. Moreover, he had no intention of eating this strength-boosting pill. The reason why he said this was only for Ji Yunfei to hear. Han Qingyun knew that if he said that, with Ji Yunfei's temper, there was an 80% to 90% chance that he would not let him eat the strength-enhancing pill, and would choose to eat it himself. Asking Han Qingyun to take a spirit-boosting pill was just a rumor. It definitely couldn't be taken seriously. As the vice-sect head of the Heaven's Craftsman faction, he was second only to one person and above all. How could Han Qingyun take a spirit-boosting pill? Looking at Ji Yunfei's face, Han Qingyun was very calm at first. But after a while, he saw that Ji Yunfei was still hesitating. He didn't seem to want to eat the pill at all. Han Qingyun knew that if he continued to hesitate like this, Ji Yunfei might think it through and let him eat the spirit-strengthening pill. That would be terrible. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun immediately cried and kowtowed 3 times to his master. He said in a trembling voice, "Master, please give me the spirit-strengthening pill. I will eat it immediately and break Kikyaromen's leather armor. I will raise the prestige of the Tiangongmen." Saying this, Han Qingyun secretly looked at Ji Yunfei's face. He then continued, "Master, for the sake of the Tiangongmen's honor, please give the spirit-strengthening pill to me. For the sake of the Tiangongmen, I will not complain even if I have to die immediately. If 10 spirit-strengthening pills are not enough, then I will eat 20. In short, I must win this competition." Hearing Han Qingyun's pleading, Ji Yunfei sighed, "What's the point of eating more spirit-enhancing pills? It's just a waste of your lifespan. Have you forgotten that you can only eat 5 spirit-enhancing pills at most? After that, it's useless no matter how many you eat." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun immediately beat his chest and stamped his feet. "Master, I don't believe you. I want to try. Maybe after eating 5 pills, the effect will be the same. Master, I believe that the ancestors of the Tiangongmen will bless me and make the spirit-strengthening pill even stronger. Even if I eat more than 5 pills, there will still be an effect." Seeing Han Qingyun pleading so pitifully, Ji Yunfei couldn't help but furrow his brows even more. What should he do? Should he let Han Qingyun eat 10 spirit-strengthening pills, or should he eat 4? Ji Yunfei felt that the world was spinning. This choice was killing him. Just now, he had decided that he definitely couldn't take any more pills. He still wanted to save his remaining life to enjoy the things that he should enjoy. However, seeing Han Qingyun like this, for the sake of the Tiangongmen's honor, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice himself. Seeing Han Qingyun's spirit, Ji Yunfei's thoughts started to come to life again. His own inner strength was strong. Even if he ate 5 spirit-strengthening pills, he might lose 10 years of his life. However, with his strong inner strength, he might be able to recover it. Once this idea arose in his mind, Ji Yunfei started to follow it. There were so many treasures in this world. Even if he lost 10 years of his life, he should be able to recover it by eating some treasures. With those treasures and his strong inner strength, he should be able to make up for those losses. If this really worked, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only would he be able to win glory for the Tiangongmen, but he would also be able to increase his reputation. He would let the Tiangongmen disciples see that he, the second elder of the Tiangongmen, was willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of the Tiangongmen's honor. Han Qingyun saw his master's eyebrows twitching and was secretly delighted. Based on his understanding of Ji Yunfei, he could already confirm that Ji Yunfei was moved. If there were no accidents, he believed that Ji Yunfei would agree to take those pills and work for the Tiangongmen very soon. Indeed, just as Han Qingyun thought, not long after, he heard Ji Yunfei's loud laughter. Hearing this laughter, Han Qingyun was instantly overjoyed. He knew that he had succeeded in getting Ji Yunfei to take the pills. To be honest, Han Qingyun knew much more about the spirit-strengthening pill than Ji Yunfei. 1 spirit-strengthening pill could reduce a person's life by 2 years. This was definitely not a lie. In fact, it was a little understated. The effect of the growth pill was to stimulate one's life potential to double one's strength. Ji Yunfei thought that by eating some spiritual pills and practicing his inner strength, he should be able to recover his lost life. However, he was wrong. After eating the growth pill, the loss of life was irreversible. Chapter 389. Consuming 1 spirit-enhancing pill would reduce one's lifespan by 2 years. This was just a general concept. The damage caused by the spirit-enhancing pill to the body was quite serious. If one ate 5 spirit-enhancing pills in a row, their body would be in a mess, and they would lose more than 10 years of their lifespan. Every time he ate an additional spirit-enhancing pill, the damage it caused to his body was not as simple as 1 + 1. If it were that simple, wouldn't everyone be eating the spirit-enhancing pill? If Han Qingyun really ate 10 spirit-enhancing pills, He would probably become a cripple after the effects wore off. It was precisely because of this that not many people dared to try the spirit-enhancing pill, even though they knew how powerful it was. Ji Yunfei laughed heartily for a while. When he lowered his head, his eyes were already filled with tears. He patted Han Qingyun's shoulder and said with a smile, "You're not strong enough. Even if you eat 10 spirit-enhancing pills, there won't be much of an effect. Furthermore, after 5 pills, there won't be any more effects. You'd better go back to the judge's table. I'll eat the spirit-enhancing pill." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun's heart was already blooming with joy. However, on the surface, he squeezed out a few more tears. "Master, it's all my fault. I'm too weak and can't share your burden. Please punish me." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei sighed. "Hurry up and go back. I'll be fine here." As he looked at Ji Yunfei's aged face, Han Qingyun couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Once Ji Yunfei ate all 5 pills, the side effects of the spirit-enhancing pill would immediately take effect. No one knew what would happen to Ji Yunfei then. Ji Yunfei thought for a while before turning to look at Ji Yunfei. He sighed and said slowly, "Master, you're willing to eat the spirit-enhancing pill for the sake of the Tiangongmen. I'm very impressed." After saying this, Han Qingyun paused for a while before continuing, "Master, I want to say that you don't have to eat all 5 pills at once." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei subconsciously glanced at the Tiangongmen's equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and fine gold. He sighed. "I'm afraid it won't work. With the defense of your equipment, I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand a level 19 attack. Once Kikyaromen breaks through our defenses, we'll lose this match." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun shook his head. "Master, I'm going to use some more spiritual water to strengthen the defense of that equipment." "What?" After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei was stunned. "What did you say? Do you know what you are saying?" When Han Qingyun heard this, he nodded and said in a sorrowful tone, "Master, your disciple couldn't bear to see you eat 5 spirit-enhancing pills in one go. That was the first time." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei's heart suddenly felt warm. His disciple was still the best. She was afraid that he would take too much medicine, so she didn't hesitate to use the spiritual water of the Tiangongmen to slow down his consumption of medicine. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei started to hesitate. He was also very clear that it was best to take as little of a spirit-enhancing pill as possible. If he took 5 pills in one go, it would lead to bad consequences. That would be terrible. Of course, it would be best to take 1 pill at a time. However, he was afraid that the Tiangongmen's equipment wouldn't be able to withstand it. Both parties had already passed level 18. Ji Yunfei estimated that the effect of the spiritual water just now was between level 18 and 19. This meant that the Tiangongmen's equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and fine gold might not be able to withstand a level 19 attack and its defense would be broken. If that was the case, wouldn't his consumption of the spirit-enhancing pills be in vain? However, the Tiangongmen only had 21 drops of spiritual water in total. They had already used 5 drops just now. If they used 5 more drops of spiritual water, they would have used up 10 drops of spiritual water in total. This was already the total amount of spiritual water that the Tiangongmen had. Most importantly, no one knew if the effects of the second use of these 5 drops of spiritual water would still be as strong as the first use. The first time he used the spiritual water, every drop of spiritual water could increase his defense by 10%. The second time he used the spiritual water, no one knew whether the effect was stronger or weaker. This was because no one would be so extravagant as to use 10 drops of spiritual water in one go on a piece of equipment. 10 drops of spiritual water. Ji Yunfei's heart ached when he thought of this number. However, if he didn't use it, he would have to take 5 spirit-enhancing pills in one go. Ji Yunfei hesitated again when he thought of the side effects of the spirit-enhancing pills. Seeing Ji Yunfei's hesitation, Han Qingyun sighed, "Master, I'll make the decision on this matter. If anyone investigates, this disciple will bear all responsibility. Master should stick to the original plan and take the spirit-strengthening pills one by one." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei nodded silently and said, "All right then. If the sect leader investigates this matter, I'll bear the consequences with you." Seeing that Ji Yunfei had agreed, Han Qingyun waved at Han Yuchao again. When Han Yuchao came closer, he whispered a few words to him and Han Yuchao ran out of the competition venue as if he was flying. Sun Qiao was shocked when she saw Han Qingyun's performance in front of Ji Yunfei. Han Qingyun kowtowed and bowed while Ji Yunfei kicked and hit him. In the end, the two of them cried bitterly together. Although Sun Qiao knew that the two of them were up to no good, she still couldn't bear to see them like this. Sun Qiao didn't have much ambition. She only wanted to lead the disciples of Kikyaromen and live a peaceful life. At this moment, Sun Qiao couldn't understand why Han Qingyun was thinking of all kinds of bad ideas in order to win this competition. There was nothing wrong with shaking hands and making peace. By doing this, they wouldn't have to hurt each other and Han Qingyun wouldn't have to be in such a difficult position. Most importantly, the Tiangongmen had already sacrificed too much for this competition. If this continued, the Tiangongmen might have to pay a heavy price. Seeing that Han Qingyun had returned, Sun Qiao couldn't hold it in any longer. After Han Qingyun sat down, Sun Qiao said softly, "Sect leader Han, I think this competition shouldn't continue. But Senior has already eaten a spirit-enhancing pill. That kind of pill isn't good for people and I heard that it can even shorten one's lifespan. Sect leader Han, why do you have to do this? As long as we make peace, we can pretend that this competition never happened. Isn't that great?" When Han Qingyun heard Sun Qiao's good intentions, he felt that Sun Qiao's words were like a slap to his face. He was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. Would the great Tiangongmen negotiate with a small sect like Kikyaromen? If news of this got out, the Tiangongmen wouldn't have the face to take in other small sects. Chapter 390. Moreover, Han Qingyun had already made preparations. Ji Yunfei would eat the spirit-enhancing pill and then use the spirit water to increase the defense of his equipment. With these two preparations, Han Qingyun felt that there was no reason for him to lose. Regardless of whether the effects of the spirit water were strengthened or weakened, Han Qingyun estimated that 5 drops of spirit water would at least increase the defense of this armor to level 21. Would Kikyaromen's leather armor, which was made from the skin of a wild bear, be able to withstand an attack above level 20? Han Qingyun thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. No matter how good the leather armor was, it was only leather armor. If it could reach level 19, it should have reached its limit. Perhaps the next attack would be able to break through Kikyaromen's defense in one fell swoop. Moreover, Ji Yunfei would eat a spirit-enhancing pill every time he attacked, doubling his strength. Han Qingyun believed that even if Kikyaromen's leather armor was made from the skin of a dragon, it would not be able to withstand so many attacks. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun turned to look at Sun Qiao and sneered, "Sect leader Sun, as the leader of a sect, don't you know the rules?" Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao was stunned. She asked curiously, "Rules? What rules?" Han Qingyun sneered, "In a competition between two sects, there must be a winner. Unless one side concedes defeat, the competition must continue." Speaking of this, Han Qingyun gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Sect leader Sun, our competition today is the same. Unless one side concedes defeat, the competition must continue until there is a winner." Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao subconsciously looked at Ji Yunfei, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. After a while, Sun Qiao pointed at Ji Yunfei and turned to look at Han Qingyun. Her voice trembled as she said, "Sect leader Han, why must we continue the competition? Can't you see that Senior GE is taking the medicine that can shorten his life?" Speaking of this, Sun Qiao took a deep breath and calmed her somewhat agitated mood before continuing. "Sect leader Han, I heard that Senior GE is your master. Aren't you going to persuade your master to take that medicine? It's really not good for him to take too much of it." After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun clapped her hands. Following which, a cold smile appeared on her face. "Sect Master Sun, is it because the defense of your equipment is reaching its limit? Is that why you're using my master as an excuse to stop this match?" Speaking of this, Han Qingyun paused for a moment, then continued in a more serious tone. "Sect leader Sun," he said, Sect leader Han, I won't be fooled by you. No matter what you say, I'm not going to stop the competition. Unless you admit defeat. Otherwise, it's impossible to stop the competition. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao was so angry that she opened her mouth wide and stared at Han Qingyun. After a long while, she slowly sighed, Sect leader Han, since you think that I'm looking for an excuse, then I won't say anything. However, Senior GE is your master after all. It's better that you advise him not to take that kind of medicine anymore. Han Qingyun sneered, Sect leader Sun, you don't have to worry. As long as Sect leader Sun can join the Tiangongmen after losing this competition, it'll be worth it even if my master takes a few pills. Hearing this, Sun Qiao asked in shock, is it really worth it? Han Qingyun sneered, of course it's worth it. Kikyaromen's equipment manufacturing technology is practically a miracle in my eyes. If sect leader Sun joins our sect, then this miracle will become the Tiangongmen's technology. As long as the Tiangongmen obtain this technology, I'm willing to pay any price. Speaking up to this point, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing. Not only am I willing to pay any price, but the most important thing is that we Tiangongmen can also afford it. Speaking up to this point, Han Qingyun pointed at Han Yuchao, who was running back from outside the competition area, and smiled. Sect leader Sun, I won't hide it from you. Did you see that? I asked someone to bring 5 drops of spirit water. As long as I pour these 5 drops of spirit water on my equipment's defense will immediately increase by 50%. Sect leader Sun, do you think that Kikyaromen can still defeat us with this additional 50% defense of my equipment? Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. She only knew that Han Qingyun and Ji Yunfei were discussing something bad, but she didn't expect it to be this bad. The Tiangongmen's equipment, which was made from deep-sea cold iron and fine gold, was already on the verge of collapse when it was at level 13. However, after the spirit water was poured on it, it immediately persevered until level 18, and its defense was still not broken. If the spirit water was poured on top of that, wouldn't it mean that it could persevere until level 20? Thinking up to this point, Sun Qiao's breathing quickened. There were 2 problems that she had to consider. The first problem was that Prince Zhong had once said that this ancestral skill of his had a time limit. The competition had already been going on for so long. Was the time limit for Prince Zhong's ancestral skill up? The second problem was that although Prince Zhong's ancestral skill was powerful, no one dared to say whether it could withstand a level 20 attack. Ji Yunfei's martial arts were outstanding, and his skills were not to be underestimated. Ji Yunfei's full power attack, coupled with a level 20 sword, could probably cause damage at level 23. The most important thing was that Ji Yunfei had taken medicine. Every time he took a spirit-enhancing pill, his skills would double. If this continued, how terrifying would Ji Yunfei's strength be when he ate the 5th spirit-enhancing pill? His leather armor must have been able to withstand such a powerful attack. Thinking up to this point, cold sweat broke out on Sun Qiao's forehead. The best way to solve this problem was for both sides to come to an agreement. Sun Qiao didn't want to lose. If she lost, according to the contract, she would have to join the Tiangongmen and work for the Tiangongmen. It was precisely because Sun Qiao didn't want to join the Tiangongmen that the 2 sides had this competition. Thinking that her leather armor would have to withstand such a terrifying attack, Sun Qiao couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up abruptly and wanted to ask Zhong Meng how many levels of attacks this leather armor could withstand after using his ancestral skill. Sun Qiao had just stood up when she heard Han Qingyun's voice in her ear. Clan leader Sun, are you afraid? Are you thinking of running away? After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao, who was in a mess, finally came to her senses. She definitely couldn't go to Zhong Meng. If she went to Zhong Meng and asked him this question, Han Qingyun would definitely find out that something was wrong. With Han Qingyun's temper, as long as he found out that Zhong Meng was the cause of the problem, Sun Qiao was sure that Han Qingyun would definitely chase Zhong Meng out of the competition grounds. The problem was that once Zhong Meng left the competition grounds. Chapter 391. What Sun Qiao was worried about was what if Zhong Meng's ancestral skill lost its effect when he left the arena. Sun Qiao was certain that once Prince Zhong's skill lost its effect, her leather armor would be smashed into pieces in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Sun Qiao took a deep breath and calmed her chaotic emotions. Then, she slowly sat back down on her seat. Seeing Sun Qiao sit back down, Han Qingyun suddenly sneered. He gritted his teeth and said, "Leader Sun, I don't care how heaven-defying your equipment is. No matter what, I will destroy your equipment today and show everyone here that we, the Tiangongmen, are not to be trifled with." Sun Qiao turned to look at Han Qingyun and asked, "Is defeating our Kikyaromen really that important to you?" Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Han Qingyun sneered, "It might not have been important in the past, but it's different now. You have such amazing crafting skills. In my eyes, your Kikyaromen is very different." At this point, Han Qingyun's eyes suddenly flashed with madness. "If I obtain this amazing crafting skill, the Tiangongmen will become even stronger in my hands." Seeing Han Qingyun's crazy eyes, Sun Qiao was shocked. She quickly turned her head away from him. Han Yuchao poured 5 drops of spiritual water on the equipment. A moment later, the equipment burst out with a white light again. Seeing this white light, Han Qingyun was completely relieved. As long as this white light appeared, the armor's defense would increase again. The white light that flashed on the armor almost blinded Yun Zhenbai's eyes. Spiritual water. The Tiangongmen poured spiritual water on the equipment again. Yun Zhenbai's heart ached when he thought of the 5 drops of spiritual water on the equipment. Although the equipment's materials were good, in the eyes of these master craftsmen, it was still far from the best materials. If the spiritual water was used on the best materials, wouldn't it be even more effective? If this spirit water was poured onto a top-grade treasure sword, the quality of this treasure sword would immediately undergo a tremendous change. It was even possible for it to become a famous sword. Looking at the Tiangongmen pouring out spiritual water like pouring cold water, Yun Zhenbai could no longer hold it in. He turned his head to look at Han Qingyun and asked tentatively, "Sect leader Han, can I discuss something with you?" Looking at Yun Zhenbai's mysterious eyes, Han Qingyun nodded. "Brother Yun, there's no need to be so polite between us. If there's anything you need, just say the word. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help you." Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Yun Zhenbai did not dare to relax. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Sect leader Han, I see that the Tiangongmen have a lot of spiritual water. Can you sell some to us?" When Yun Zhenbai saw that Han Qingyun's face had suddenly turned ugly, he hurriedly added, "Sect leader Han, don't worry. The price is negotiable. If you don't want money, the materials are fine too. As long as you're willing to sell me the spiritual water, you can name the price. I won't bargain." After hearing Yun Zhenbai's words, Han Qingyun took a deep breath and slowly said, "Brother Yun, if you want something else, as your brother, I definitely won't refuse. As for the spiritual water, there's no need to talk about it." Although he had already guessed that Han Qingyun would refuse, after hearing Han Qingyun's refusal, Yun Zhenbai still felt a little awkward. He hurriedly apologized and hurriedly returned to his seat before he could say anything else. Yun Zhenbai also knew that this matter should not be mentioned. However, seeing the Tiangongmen continuously using the spiritual water, Yun Zhenbai was too envious and did not want to try his luck. Unfortunately, he was not lucky enough to encounter it. Instead, he was met with a nose full of dust. When Nai Tianhao saw that Yun Zhenbai had regained his composure, he could not help but ask softly with an awkward expression, "Great Master Yun, I heard you and sect leader Han talking about the spiritual water just now. What is the spiritual water? Is it very important?" Hearing Nai Tianhao's question, Yun Zhenbai sighed and said softly, "It is indeed very important. Did you see the potion that young master he poured on his equipment?" After Yun Zhenbai's reminder, Nai Tianhao suddenly remembered that after Han Yuchao poured the potion, his equipment had emitted a white light. Thinking of this, Nai Tianhao recalled what had happened just now. His heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Great Master Yun, can that potion increase the defensive power of equipment?" Hearing Nai Tianhao's question, Yun Zhenbai subconsciously glanced at Han Qingyun. Seeing that Han Qingyun was not looking in his direction, he turned his head to look at Nai Tianhao and nodded lightly. "That's right. This potion is called the spiritual water. It's a true treasure. Hearing Yun Zhenbai praise the potion so highly, Nai Tianhao was shocked and hurriedly asked, "This potion can increase defensive power. Is the effect very strong?" Yun Zhenbai nodded. "Strong, very strong. It's said that every drop of spiritual water can increase one's defensive power by 10%. Do you think this effect is strong?" After hearing Yun Zhenbai's answer, Nai Tianhao was shocked. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the Qianggongmen's equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and fine gold. After being stunned for a while, he turned his head to look at Yun Zhenbai and whispered, "I think the potion that young Master Han poured out just now has more than one drop." Yun Zhenbai nodded. "It's said that a small bottle can hold 5 drops of spiritual water. If I'm not wrong, the bottle in young Master Han's hand is the kind that can hold 5 drops of spiritual water." 5 drops. Hearing Yun Zhenbai's answer, Nai Tianhao was shocked. He said in a trembling voice, "Young Master Han has already poured spiritual water on that equipment twice. Could it be that he has already used it?" Hearing Nai Tianhao's question, Yun Zhenbai nodded reluctantly. "Indeed, I have a 10th brother." Hearing Yun Zhenbai's affirmative answer, Nai Tianhao looked at the equipment and was stunned for a while. After recovering from his shock, he turned his head to look at Yun Zhenbai and asked word by word, "Is there a lot of this spiritual water?" Hearing this, Yun Zhenbai shook his head with a crying smile. "Although I don't know how much there is, or how he got it, I'm sure that there isn't a lot of this spiritual water. Even the Qianggongmen probably don't have much of it." Hearing Yun Zhenbai's answer, Nai Tianhao was even more shocked. Since the Qianggongmen don't have much of this potion, why would they need 10 drops of it to deal with a small Kikyaromen? Yun Zhenbai sighed and pointed at the 7 Possibilities sect's leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear as he lamented, "I think the problem lies with the Kikyaromen's leather armor." Hearing Yun Zhenbai's words, Nai Tianhao's eyes lit up. "Master Yun, you're saying that sect leader Han wants to obtain the crafting technique of this kind of equipment?" Hearing this, Yun Zhenbai nodded. "If I'm not wrong, that must be the case." Chapter 392. Everything was ready and waiting for the announcement of the match. Fan Yang stood up and looked at Han Qingyun and Sun Qiaoer. He smiled and asked, "Sect Masters, is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, the competition will begin." After Fan Yang asked this question, he saw that Han Qingyun and Sun Qiaoer both nodded. Only then did he shout at the competition venue, "Level 19 test, begin." Following Fan Yang's command, Han Yuchao quickly took down the level 19 sword from the weapon rack and ran to Ji Yunfei, handing him the level 19 sword with both hands. Ji Yunfei took the sword from Han Yuchao's hand and slowly walked towards Kikyaromen's leather armor. Sun Qiaoer kept staring at Ji Yunfei. She wanted to see how strong the second spirit boosting pill would be. The most important thing was whether or not her leather armor could withstand this terrifying attack. At this point, it was no exaggeration to say that Ji Yunfei's strength was terrifying. 2 spirit boosting pills could increase Ji Yunfei's strength by 2-fold. This kind of increase in strength was unimaginable. Ji Yunfei's strength was already very high. With the 2-fold increase, his strength would definitely be very strong. Ji Yunfei slowly walked towards Kikyaromen's leather armor and stared at it. After a while, he suddenly thought of something and a stream of true qi came out of his body. In an instant, this stream of true qi flowed around, and the dust and sand on the ground started to swirl in the air again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the dust and sand started to swirl faster and faster, and there was even a faint sound of air being torn apart. Seeing this, everyone couldn't stay calm anymore. They all stood up and ran towards the distance. The attack just now was enough to injure people. This time, there was no need to experience it live. Just the sound of the sand and sand tearing through the air was not to be underestimated. Ben Tian's injury was swirling in the air like a tornado, dancing around the competition grounds. The tornado made of dust and sand was spinning faster and faster, and the sound was getting louder and louder. Ji Yunfei, who was standing in the middle of the tornado, felt the feeling of being blown by the tornado. He nodded in satisfaction. This was the power that he yearned for even in his dreams. With just a wave of his hand, he could bring him immense power. Ji Yunfei slowly raised the saber in his hand. With a thought, a dark red light rose from the tip of the saber like a red ribbon. It rose to a height of about 3 meters before stopping. Looking at the tip of the saber, Ji Yunfei once again nodded in satisfaction. After eating 2 spirit-boosting pills, his strength had become so terrifying that even he himself was shocked by this ferocious power. Looking through the sky full of sand and stones, Ji Yunfei saw the leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear. He suddenly roared and shook his wrist slightly. The level 19 saber left a 3-meter-long blade aura as it slashed at the leather armor. After it hit the leather armor, it immediately made a muffled sound. Even if everyone ran far away, they could still hear the muffled sound. After the sound, the dust in the sky was immediately blown away by the shockwave. Just as everyone heard the sound, the sky full of sand and stones flew over their heads, making a slight sound as they broke through the air. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They had run quite a distance, but they didn't expect that the small sand and stones could still fly so far. Sun Qiao and the others hid behind a wall. When they heard the sound of the sand and stones hitting the wall, they were shocked. If they were hit by such a powerful attack, they would definitely be injured. After a while, the sound gradually disappeared. Only then did everyone walk out from behind the wall. The dust in the sky had been blown away by the tyrannical true chi fluctuations. There was no longer any dust floating in the arena. Everyone only saw Ji Yunfei standing not far from the leather armor. He was staring at the leather armor with a strange expression. Seeing this scene, Han Qingyun was shocked. He had a faint bad feeling in his heart. He quickly walked a few steps and stopped not far away. Looking at Kikyaromen's leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear, Han Qingyun's expression changed. His eyes widened. The leather armor was still hanging there unscathed. Such a powerful attack, but it still couldn't break through the leather armor's defense. Han Qingyun stood there in a daze for a long time. He suddenly walked up to the leather armor. Just as he was about to reach out to grab it, he suddenly heard Sun Qiao's voice. "Sect leader Han, what are you doing?" Hearing Sun Qiao's voice, Han Qingyun came to his senses. He quickly retracted his hand and went to Ji Yunfei to ask in a low voice. "Master, when you attacked the leather armor just now, did you feel anything?" After hearing Han Qingyun's question, Ji Yunfei smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I only felt that I hit something hard. Other than that, I didn't feel anything else." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun was stunned. He reacted and asked in a low voice, "Master, did you feel wrong? Kikyaromen's leather armor is made from the skin of a wild bear. How could it feel like something hard?" Hearing Han Qingyun's question, Ji Yunfei was stunned. Then, he frowned and muttered to himself in confusion, "That's right. Since it's leather armor, it should be soft. How could it feel like something hard? Could it be that I felt wrong just now?" Hearing Ji Yunfei's mutterings, Han Qingyun subconsciously turned to look at Kikyaromen's leather armor. He squinted for a long time but couldn't find the problem. This leather armor was just an ordinary leather armor. Han Qingyun was sure of that. But why did Ji Qingyun feel that way? What was the reason behind this? Thinking of this, Han Qingyun turned to look at Sun Qiao. He was even more confused. A small Kikyaromen could make leather armor with such high defense. Who would believe it if it was told to others? No, there must be a problem. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to make leather armor with such high defense from the skin of a wild bear. But where did the problem lie? Han Qingyun thought for a while and turned to look at Ji Yunfei. He asked in a low voice, "Master, the sky was full of dust just now. I couldn't see anything. Could you see the leather armor in the dust?" Hearing Han Qingyun's question, Ji Yunfei nodded and said in a low voice, "I deliberately made the dust in the sky so that no one could see what I was doing in the dust. The dust only swirled around me, but there wasn't a single speck of dust around me. Naturally, I could see the leather armor clearly." Hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Han Qingyun hurriedly asked, "Master, think carefully. Did your knife really hit the leather armor?" After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei was a little confused. He looked at Han Qingyun and was stunned for a long time. Chapter 393. Ji Yunfei hesitated for a moment before nodding. I've been watching. It must have been the leather armor. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been that feeling of being blocked. Hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Han Qingyun was a little doubtful. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? The reason why he couldn't break through the defense of the leather armor was because the defense of the leather armor was too strong. However, Han Qingyun couldn't believe that a leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear could have such a terrifying defense. In Han Qingyun's opinion, it was something that he didn't dare to imagine. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun turned to look at Ji Yunfei and said in a deep voice, "Master, since everyone knows about your strength, there's no need to hide it. I think that when you test it later, there's no need to fill the sky with dust to prevent it from affecting the vision." Speaking of this, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing, "This way, I can also watch from the side and see if there's anything fishy." Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei was stunned for a moment before nodding his head. Initially, he had filled the sky with dust to prevent others from seeing his full strength. Now that everyone knew about it, there was no need to hide it anymore. Ji Yunfei muttered to himself for a moment before slowly saying, "Do you think there's something fishy about this?" Han Qingyun nodded his head and said with certainty, "Yes, there must be. Otherwise, no matter how good the craftsmanship is, an armor made from the skin of a wild bear wouldn't be able to reach such a level." Speaking of this, Han Qingyun turned his head to look at Ji Yunfei and said in a low voice, "Master, have you heard of any sect that has such heaven-defying craftsmanship?" Ji Yunfei shook his head. "No, but the world is so big. Even if some strange things happen, it shouldn't be strange." Hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Han Qingyun shook his head again. "Impossible. Just relying on craftsmanship to achieve such a strong defense, in my opinion, it's impossible. Unless they also have a treasure like the spirit water that can increase the defense of equipment, otherwise, it's absolutely impossible." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei turned his head to look at the leather armor in front of him and nodded. It seems that this is the only explanation that can explain why the defense of this leather armor is so strong. Upon hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Han Qingyun sneered. If they really used a treasure like the spirit water, then Kikyaromen must have paid a hefty price. However, no matter how good a treasure is, there is bound to be a limit. Just like our spirit water, it can only increase the defensive power of equipment to a certain extent. After the equipment's limit is exceeded, the equipment's defense will still be broken. I think that Master's attack power has increased by 2 times. Under such a powerful attack, this equipment should not be far from its limit. Perhaps in the next attack, this equipment will be smashed into pieces. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei's eyes lit up. The spirit water was the most valuable treasure in the world. Every drop of it could increase the defensive power of equipment by 10%. If the Tiangongmen's leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear was also used, the defensive power of this leather armor would be increased to a certain extent. Although the defensive power was relatively strong, there would always be a limit. As long as the attack power exceeded the defensive power of this leather armor, the leather armor would immediately be smashed into pieces. Ji Yunfei turned his head to look at Kikyaromen's leather armor. He clenched his fist and said fiercely, "I must break the defense of this leather armor and show Kikyaromen that we Tiangongmen are absolutely invincible." After saying this, Ji Yunfei turned his head to look at Han Qingyun and asked in a low voice, "Based on your guess, what is the limit of this equipment? What level of attack would be able to break its defense?" After hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun frowned and thought for a moment before slowly saying, "Just now, Master used a level 19 sword. Coupled with Master's all-out attack and 2 spirit strengthening pills, a simple estimate would be that the last attack would be around level 23. Based on my guess, no matter how strong the defense of this leather armor is, I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand a level 25 attack." After hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Ji Yunfei's heart was instantly filled with joy. He nodded and said, "Your guess is similar to mine. The limit of this leather armor should be around level 25. After hearing this, Han Qingyun turned his head to look at the Tiangongmen's equipment. He then lowered his voice and said, "After using the spirit water, if there are no accidents, that equipment of ours should be able to withstand a level 22 attack." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei could not help but frown. Based on your calculations, after using the 5 drops of spirit water, this equipment's defense would only increase by 4 levels. After hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun shook his head and said, "This is just a simple estimate of mine. Based on my guess, although the effect of the spirit water is strong, it shouldn't be able to increase the defense without limit. Based on my experience, no matter what kind of treasure it is, the effect will be the strongest the first time it is used. When it is used for the second time, the effect will definitely weaken. The first time we used the 5 drops of spirit water, it increased the defense of this equipment by 5 levels. The second time we used the 5 drops of spirit water, if the effect will weaken, the defense of this equipment should only increase by 3 or 4 levels. The 4 levels that I said should be the limit." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei's frown deepened. He had to admit that Han Qingyun's words made sense. Just like the spirit strengthening pills, after eating 5 of them, the effect would not be that strong. However, this was only a legend because the person who ate the most pills only ate 5 at most. After eating 5 spirit strengthening pills, one's lifespan would be reduced by 10 years. No one would complain that their lifespan was too long. After reducing their lifespan by 10 years, they would still eat more spirit strengthening pills. Han Qingyun's guess about the spirit water was really just a guess. After all these years, no one had used so much spirit water. Since no one had used so much spirit water, the specific effect naturally could not be used as a reference. However, in Ji Yunfei's opinion, Han Qingyun's estimation should be correct. According to the analysis of the decreasing effect, the second time the spirit water increased the defense by 4 levels should be considered not bad. Seeing that Ji Yunfei agreed with his theory, Han Qingyun continued, "We have already tested the attack at level 19. Next, we will test the attack at level 20. In this way, we still have 3 chances to reach the limit. As for Kikyaromen, if I'm not wrong, Master only needs 2 more attacks to break their defense." Chapter 394. After listening to Han Qingyun's analysis, Ji Yunfei was overjoyed. He quickly asked, "If that's the case, doesn't that mean we don't have to take that spirit-enhancing pill anymore?" After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Master, if there was a way, I wouldn't let you take that pill. Since you don't have to take it anymore, isn't that better?" Hearing that they didn't have to take that pill, Ji Yunfei was overjoyed. "Good, that's great. With just 2 more attacks, we can break through the defense of that leather armor." "That's great." Seeing how happy Ji Yunfei was, Han Qingyun quickly said, "Master, even so, you can't be careless. Every time you attack, you have to go all out. If you can break through his defense earlier, you won't have to worry anymore." Ji Yunfei nodded. "Don't worry, I know this. I won't be careless." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun was relieved. He turned to leave and returned to the judge's table. As soon as Han Qingyun returned to the judge's table, he noticed that the other judges were also whispering. When they saw Han Qingyun return, they immediately stopped talking. Although Han Qingyun didn't know what they were talking about, he knew that they were talking about Kikyaromen's leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear. In fact, Kikyaromen's leather armor not only attracted the attention of the judges, even Han Qingyun was drooling. If he could get his hands on this technology, Han Qingyun would definitely be overjoyed. Han Qingyun was sure that if he really mastered this technology, it wouldn't take more than 3 years for the Tiangongmen's position to be beckoned to him. This was definitely not Han Qingyun's wild guess. Zhu Jinsha might be the faction head of the Heavens Craftsman faction right now, but once Han Qingyun mastered more advanced techniques, she would definitely have a chance to get her hands on the position of faction head. Zhu Jinsha relied on his superior manufacturing skills to become the leader. Why couldn't he, Han Qingyun, rely on his superior manufacturing skills to become the leader? At this point in the competition, Han Qingyun had long forgotten his initial goal. Now, all he wanted was to get his hands on Kikyaromen's technology. That was the most important thing. Looking at Sun Qiao's indifferent face, Han Qingyun could not understand how such a small workshop sect could have such superb skills. Most importantly, he had never heard of this technology before. He had never even seen it before, which made him very suspicious. Han Qingyun turned to look at Prince Zhong, who was on the other side of the judging panel. He was even more confused. He had originally guessed that this technology should have been provided by young Master Zhong. However, no matter how he looked at it, he could not tell that young Master Zhong had such advanced manufacturing skills. If they possessed such a high level of crafting skills, the news would have spread far and wide in the Jianghu. How would it be like now, where he had not even heard of it? Could it be that this matter really had nothing to do with Prince Zhong? But that couldn't be right. Han Qingyun remembered that at the beginning, Sun Qiao had said that Prince Zhong was here to help. Since he was here to help, he must have the ability to help. Raising the defense of this equipment to such a high level must have been the result of Prince Zhong's help. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of coldness. Regardless of whether this matter was done by Prince Zhong or not, he definitely couldn't let him go. As long as this competition ended, he would immediately send people to capture him. He believed that after capturing him, he would be able to immediately find out whether he was the culprit or not. The competition continued. The level 19 attack had ended. The Tiangongmen's and Qiqiaomen's equipment had both been upgraded to level 20 after withstanding the level 19 attack. With the results of his discussion with Han Qingyun, Ji Yunfei felt much more relaxed. At the very least, he did not need to take any more potions for this attack. If he guessed correctly, this equipment's peak should be level 25. This was not a wild guess by Han Qingyun and Ji Yunfei. Once a piece of equipment reached level 25, it would no longer be an ordinary piece of equipment. Level 25 was a dividing line. Equipment below level 25 was considered ordinary. After level 25, equipment would be considered god tier. Thinking about it, Ji Yunfei's strength had only increased to level 23 after doubling his strength. One could only imagine how terrifying a level 25 attack was. Equipment that could withstand a level 25 attack was definitely god-tier equipment. Ji Yunfei held the level 20 saber in his hand and slowly walked to Qiqiaomen's equipment. As his thoughts rose, the true qi began to flow through his body. Ji Yunfei enjoyed this feeling very much. After eating 2 spirit-boosting pills, the true energy flowed wildly through his meridians. Even if the true energy was not released, Ji Yunfei could still feel how terrifying it was. The true energy flowed through his body once. This time, Ji Yunfei did not release his true energy. This was because it was meaningless. Everyone knew his strength, and it would be bad if he continued to hide it. Ji Yunfei slowly raised his saber. This time, there was no dust in the way, so everyone could see it clearly. As Ji Yunfei released his true qi, the saber in his hand gradually spat out a red saber light. The glow on the tip of the saber had already reached a deep red color. Everyone had only heard of this glow, but they did not expect to see it with their own eyes. For a moment, the audience in the stands exclaimed in admiration. Who would have thought that it would be a deep red glow? I've heard that the Tiangongmen's elder Ji's martial arts are powerful, and his inner strength is unparalleled. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it is indeed extraordinary. I've heard that the Sky Sword Sect's Grandmaster, Jiang Nantian, only managed to cultivate a deep red glow. I didn't expect Elder Ji to have such power as well. Ji Yunfei's martial arts were powerful, so he naturally heard the crowd's discussions. Hearing the crowd's praises, Ji Yunfei's face immediately showed a hint of pride. People who practiced martial arts liked to hear others praise their martial arts skills. Ji Yunfei was even more satisfied when he heard these people comparing him with the Sky Sword Sect's Grandmaster, Jiang Nantian. Jiang Nantian, the Sky Sword Sect's Grandmaster, was the most powerful person in the South County. In terms of martial arts, if Jiang Nantian claimed to be the second most powerful person in the South County, no one would dare to claim to be the first. Now, someone actually compared him with Jiang Nantian. This made Ji Yunfei feel like he was floating in the air. Ji Yunfei felt that the true qi in his body had reached its limit. Only then did he let out a cold snort and take a step forward. At the same time, he tightly gripped the hilt of his saber with both hands. In the next moment, he suddenly exerted force with both hands. The level 20 saber, with a long crimson tail, fiercely slashed towards the 7 skills sect's leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear. Bang! The saber in Ji Yunfei's hand made contact with the 7 possibilities sect's leather armor and issued a muffled sound. Chapter 395. When Ji Yunfei's saber struck Kikyaromen's leather armor, a dull thud was heard. After the thud, everyone felt a gust of wind blow in front of them, causing their clothes to flutter. Even their faces were hurt by the gust of wind. When Ji Yunfei had struck Kikyaromen's leather armor with his saber, Han Qingyun had been watching closely. He wanted to see how the leather armor would block Ji Yunfei's saber. Han Qingyun only saw that when Ji Yunfei's saber struck the leather armor, a gust of wind blew in front of his eyes. Subconsciously, Han Qingyun closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Ji Yunfei had already retreated to the side with his saber. Looking at the leather armor that was still in perfect condition, Han Qingyun was still taken aback even though he had expected it to be so. This time, Ji Yunfei's attack wasn't covered by dust. Han Qingyun saw clearly that Ji Yunfei hadn't held back. After such a powerful attack, the leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear wasn't damaged at all. Seeing this, Han Qingyun's heart was in his mouth again. According to his estimation, Ji Yunfei's attack this time must have been at least level 24. Just now, he and Ji Yunfei had guessed that the leather armor was at most level 25 because after level 25, it would become a god-tier equipment. According to their guesses, Kikyaromen's equipment couldn't have been higher than level 25. Han Qingyun and Ji Yunfei's guesses were actually very reasonable. In terms of quality, the skin of a wild bear was destined to have a low defense. Although it could be enhanced by special crafting or treasures, the skin of a wild bear was limited in terms of quality. No matter how good Kikyaromen's crafting was or how precious the treasures were, it couldn't change the quality of a wild bear's skin. This was the reason why Han Qingyun and Ji Yunfei guessed. To reach god-tier equipment, it wasn't just a matter of crafting. It was also a matter of materials. If the quality of the materials wasn't good enough, no matter how capable you were, you wouldn't be able to surpass the peak of common tier. If one wanted to reach the divine grade, they would need relatively good materials. Not to mention the wilderness bear's hide, even the hide of a diamond monster would be a waste. The quality was too low, and it was impossible for it to reach the divine grade. It was like an ordinary piece of scrap metal. No matter how high the craftsmanship was or how many additives there were, it would not be able to reach the state of upgrading. Although Han Qingyun and Ji Yunfei's guesses were reasonable, they couldn't help feeling uneasy when they looked at the leather armor, which had withstood an attack equivalent to a level 24 attack. However, this uneasiness only lasted for a moment, because in their minds, no matter how you refine the wild bear's skin, it would never reach the divine level. In other words, it would never be able to withstand a level 25 attack. Kikyaromen's equipment had withstood a level 20 attack. Next, it was the Tiangongmen's turn to face a level 20 attack. The female disciple of the 7 skills sect held the level 20 saber and stopped 7 to 8 meters away from the Heaven's Craftsman faction's equipment made from deep-sea cold iron and fine gold. She first performed a few simple movements and warmed up her limbs. When she felt that all the strength in her body was ready, she raised the level 20 saber with both hands. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and howled before charging toward the Heaven's Craftsman faction's equipment. This Tiangongmen's female disciple wasn't very strong. She couldn't jump high to increase her attack power. She had no choice but to run for a distance to increase her attack power. Ding! The Tiangongmen's female disciple's level 20 sword landed on the Tiangongmen's equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and fine gold. Immediately after, the huge impact caused the Tiangongmen's female disciple's hand to hurt. She couldn't help but take 3 or 4 steps back before she could stabilize herself. The Tiangongmen's female disciple didn't care about the pain in her hand. As soon as she steadied herself, she looked at the Tiangongmen's equipment to see the effect of her attack. Unfortunately, the Tiangongmen's equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and fine gold was still as smooth as a mirror after being slashed by a level 20 sword. There wasn't a single scratch. Sun Qiao sighed in her heart as she watched her disciple slash at the Tiangongmen's equipment. She was so nervous that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Since when did equipment testing become a competition of brute force? According to Sun Qiao's past experience, both sides would choose a neutral sect to test their equipment to ensure fairness. But now, it was no different from a competition of brute force. Kikyaromen's female disciple wasn't very strong. Even if she used all her strength, she wouldn't be able to display a higher level of strength. However, the Tiangongmen were different. Ji Yunfei was no ordinary person. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was famous in the entire South region. Ji Yunfei was very strong and his inner strength was very strong. If he attacked, even if he didn't use all his strength, his attack power would increase by 1 level. Moreover, not only did Ji Feiying use all his strength, he even ate 2 spirit-boosting pills to increase his strength by 2 times. Sun Qiao wanted to stop this. This was clearly cheating. However, Han Qingyun didn't agree. More importantly, the contract signed by both sides didn't object to this. Although Sun Qiao was very angry, she couldn't do anything. If she wanted to withdraw from the competition, it meant that she admitted defeat. Now, Sun Qiao could only pray. She prayed that her leather armor's defense was stronger and that Prince Zhong's ancestral skill could withstand such a powerful attack. Other than that, Sun Qiao had no other choice. Seeing the red glow on Ji Yunfei's sword, Fan Yang couldn't help but turn to Nai Tianhao and ask in a low voice, "I didn't expect Ji Yunfei's strength to be so high." At this point, Fan Yang paused for a moment before he continued. "For an elder to possess such strength, I wonder if he is stronger than your master." After hearing Fan Yang's words, Nai Tianhao nodded. "He's indeed very strong. However, compared to my master, he's still a little weaker." After hearing Nai Tianhao's answer, Fan Yang's eyes lit up. He asked in surprise, "Could it be that your master's martial arts is stronger than Elder Ji's?" Nai Tianhao nodded. "That is indeed the case. Elder Ji's saber is emitting a red saber glow, but my master's saber glow is faintly golden." Golden glow. Hearing Nai Tianhao's words, Fan Yang was stunned. After a while, he asked in surprise, "Really? Can your master really emit a golden glow?" After hearing Fan Yang's question, Nai Tianhao nodded. "That's true. However, my master hasn't been in this group for long. When he unleashes his full power, he can only emit a faint golden glow. He can't use it flexibly yet." Chapter 396. After hearing Nai Tianhao's reply, Fan Yang sighed. "Hero Nai, your master is indeed the #1 expert in the South County. I didn't expect his inner strength to have reached such a level. It's really something to look forward to." Nai Tianhao nodded and turned to look at Ji Yunfei. With Senior Ji's current strength, he's also quite strong. I didn't expect such a powerful attack to be unable to break through the defense of this leather armor. What a miracle. After hearing Nai Tianhao's words, Fan Yang turned to look at Kikyaromen's leather armor, which was made from the skin of a wild bear. He sighed. "I didn't expect Kikyaromen to give us such a big surprise." Fan Iran paused for a moment before continuing, "Leather armor with such a terrifying defense. Needless to say, I've never seen or even heard of it before. It's really amazing." When Nai Tianhao heard this, he was also full of praise. "That's true. If leather armor can reach such a high defense, I'm afraid that metal armor won't be our best choice." Fan Yang naturally understood what Nai Tianhao meant. They were not soldiers on the battlefield. As long as the defense of their equipment was high, it didn't matter even if it was weak. In the underworld, when it came to equipment, not only did it have a high defense, but it also had to be light. Only light equipment would not affect one's combat strength. If the defense of leather armor could reach such a terrifying level, everyone would naturally not choose that kind of cumbersome metal armor. When the two of them said this, they subconsciously looked at Han Qingyun. At this moment, Han Qingyun's face was calm. Although Kikyaromen's leather armor had withstood a level 20 attack, he still did not panic. It was just that this was all on the surface. In Han Qingyun's heart, he was actually extremely nervous. This was the second time he had used the spiritual water. The Heaven's Craftsman faction had a total of 21 drops of spiritual water. For the sake of this competition, 10 drops of spiritual water had been used. If they still couldn't win this competition, Han Qingyun would never be willing to accept the outcome of this competition. It was also an outcome he couldn't accept. The Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen's equipment had withstood a level 20 attack. In Han Qingyun's opinion, there was nothing strange about this, because according to his and Ji Qingyun's estimation, this round would not be able to break through the defense of the opponent's leather armor. In Han Qingyun's opinion, the next attack would be the decisive attack. At LV-21, with the LV-21 sword, Ji Yunfei's full power, and the buff from the 2 spirit boosting pills, he should be able to reach LV-25. Thinking up to this point, Han Qingyun's heart skipped a beat. If the 7 possibilities sex equipment could block a level 25 attack, then a level 25 attack might not be able to break through the leather armor's defense. If he wanted to be safe, he could only use a level 26 attack. Only then would he have the confidence to break through the level 25 defense. However, in Ji Yunfei's current state, even if he attacked with all his might, it would only be a level 25 attack. It was impossible for him to increase his attack power. Unless, thinking of this, Han Qingyun could no longer sit still. In order to be safe, in order to break through the defense of the leather armor, he had to talk to Ji Yunfei. Han Qingyun looked at Ji Yunfei, who was in the arena, and weighed the odds of success. Then, he stood up and walked towards Ji Yunfei. Han Qingyun came in front of Ji Yunfei and saluted him. Then, he said softly, "Master, the next attack will be level 21. Are you confident that you can break through Kikyaromen's leather armor?" Hearing Han Qingyun's question, Ji Yunfei shook his head with a bitter smile. He pointed at Kikyaromen's leather armor, which was made from the skin of a wild bear, and sighed. If the next attack can break through the defense of this leather armor, then a level 20 attack should at least leave some marks on it. At this point, Ji Yunfei paused for a moment before continuing, "But look, there's still not a single mark on the leather armor. It's really hard to say if the next attack will be able to break through the defense of this armor." Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun nodded. "Master is right. If we only increase our attack power by 1 level, it will indeed be very difficult to break through the defense of this armor." Ji Yunfei sighed. "Yes, I really didn't expect Kikyaromen to be able to make such a terrifying piece of equipment. I've lived for a long time, but not only have I never seen or heard of such a powerful piece of equipment, but I've never even heard of it. It's really strange. I don't know how Kikyaromen made it. Was it through Kikyaromen's unique craftsmanship, or did it use some kind of treasure to increase its defense? It's really hard to guess." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun laughed coldly. "Master, why bother guessing? As long as we defeat Kikyaromen and make Kikyaromen a member of the Tiangongmen, then we'll naturally know the craftsmanship of Kikyaromen." "Master, don't you think so?" After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei's eyes lit up. "That's right. According to your contract, as long as you defeat Kikyaromen, Kikyaromen will join the Tiangongmen. When that happens, they won't hide this technology anymore." Seeing Ji Yunfei's joyful expression, Han Qingyun laughed coldly in his heart. However, his expression was as calm as usual. "Master, if we want to know the secret of Kikyaromen's equipment, we must defeat them. According to the contract, they will only join the Tiangongmen if we defeat Kikyaromen. Master, do you have any good ideas to break the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor? Only by breaking the defense of this leather armor can we be considered to have won this competition. Then, we'll naturally know the secret of Kikyaromen." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, the joy on Ji Yunfei's face disappeared and was replaced by a look of difficulty. "Sigh. What can we do? Kikyaromen's leather armor is really powerful in terms of defense. Even with our Tiangongmen's abilities, we still need to use high-grade materials to make equipment with such high defense. It's really quite difficult to break the defense of this leather armor." After hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Han Qingyun sighed. "Master, according to our estimation, Kikyaromen's leather armor should be able to last until level 25. But Master, do you think a level 25 attack will be able to break the defense of this armor?" After hearing Han Qingyun's question, Ji Yunfei paused for a moment and then shook his head. "I don't know. Although the next level is level 25, looking at the state of Kikyaromen's leather armor, if the attack only increases by 1 level, it seems like it won't be able to break the defense of this leather armor." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun nodded. Chapter 397. Han Qingyun said, Master, I came here this time to ask if you have any good ideas to increase our attack power by 1 level. As long as we increase our attack power by 1 level, we can use our level 26 attack power to attack a level 25 leather armor. I'm sure we can break the defense of this leather armor in 1 hit. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei nodded and sighed. That's true. If we want to use a level 25 attack to attack a level 25 equipment, the success or failure is uncertain. Even if I go all out, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun sighed. Master, if we want to obtain the manufacturing technology of the Kikyaromen, we must win this competition. If we still can't break the defense of this armor, then the loser will most likely be us. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei couldn't help but frown. He sighed and said, Then what should we do? My strongest attack can only reach level 25. This is already the result of my full strength. It's already impossible to increase my attack power. After hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Han Qingyun suddenly said, Master, for the glory of the Tiangongmen and to obtain the secrets of the Kikyaromen, in my opinion, why don't you eat another spirit-enhancing pill to increase your attack power so that you can break the defense of the Kikyaromen leather armor in 1 hit? After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei was instantly shocked. If he ate another spirit-enhancing pill, wouldn't that mean that he would lose another 2 years of his lifespan? Since the start of the competition, Ji Yunfei had already eaten 2 spirit-enhancing pills and lost 4 years of his lifespan. If he ate another spirit-enhancing pill, he would lose 6 years of his lifespan. 6 years of his lifespan. At the thought of this, Ji Yunfei's eyes teared up in pain. He had thought that after becoming an elder of the Tiangongmen, he would be able to enjoy his old age in peace. He had never thought that he would be involved in such a situation. At this point, Ji Yunfei was extremely regretful. If he hadn't participated in the competition, all these things wouldn't have happened. Out of sight, out of mind. Naturally, he wouldn't have worried about this matter, and his lifespan wouldn't have been reduced. But now, it was already too late to back down. At this point, if he still could not defeat Kikyaromen, then as the second elder of the Tiangongmen, he would be too ashamed to face anyone. Ji Yunfei shuddered at the thought of living under the contempt of others in the future. Thinking that he would be looked down upon by others in the future, Ji Yunfei clenched his teeth. Even if he had to reduce his lifespan by 2 years, it was still better than being too ashamed to face anyone. All right, for the honor of the Tiangongmen, I'll take another spirit-strengthening pill. I'll try to break Kikyaromen's leather armor in the next attack. Hearing that Ji Yunfei had agreed to eat the spirit-boosting pills, Han Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. Although he was a little regretful that Ji Yunfei had eaten too few spirit-boosting pills, he also knew that this matter could not be forced. If he took the initiative to ask Ji Yunfei to eat 2 spirit-boosting pills and angered Ji Yunfei, then it would not be good. Han Qingyun was very clear that if Ji Yunfei left in a rage, then he would definitely lose this match. It was simply impossible to find another master like Ji Yunfei in the Tiangongmen. This was not to say that Ji Yunfei's martial arts were the best in the Tiangongmen, but because even if there was someone better than Ji Yunfei, Han Qingyun would not be able to invite them. Moreover, Ji Yunfei had already eaten 2 spirit-boosting pills. Based on Ji Yunfei's current state, Han Qingyun was certain that Ji Yunfei was definitely the best in the Tiangongmen. Although Han Qingyun was a little regretful, he still clasped his fists and said gratefully, Master, you're so righteous. For the honor of the Tiangongmen, you're actually willing to put yourself in danger. Your disciple's heart is filled with admiration. Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei waved his hand a little sadly. All right, you don't have to say any more. For the sake of the Tiangongmen, even if I lose a few years of my life, it's worth it. As Ji Yunfei spoke, he took out the medicine bottle containing the spirit-boosting pills. Looking at the crystal-clear medicine bottle, Ji Yunfei had a feeling that he wanted to cry. He knew that this was poison, but he still ate it. What a sad thing. Ji Yunfei slowly took out a spirit-boosting pill. After looking at it for a while, he gritted his teeth and threw the spirit-boosting pill into his mouth. Without even chewing, He swallowed it into his stomach. Seeing Ji Yunfei eat the spirit-boosting pill, Han Qingyun sighed in his heart. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly froze. After Ji Yunfei ate the spirit-boosting pill, his eyes first turned red, then slowly turned white. After a while, his complexion returned to normal. Although his complexion returned to normal, Han Qingyun could clearly see that Ji Yunfei's complexion had become somewhat haggard. Not only that, even the white hair on his temples had increased by a lot. Seeing this, Han Qingyun was only stunned for a moment before his complexion returned to normal. He hurriedly clasped his fists and bowed to Ji Yunfei. "Master, your disciple will return first." Ji Yunfei nodded his head casually and began to feel the effects of the spirit-boosting pill. Ji Yunfei did not know about the changes in his appearance. He only felt that his true qi had suddenly increased by a lot, causing him to be intoxicated by this wild power. While Han Qingyun and Ji Yunfei were talking, Sun Qiao kept staring at them, trying to figure out what these two people were up to. After a short while, Sun Qiao saw Ji Yunfei take out the medicine bottle again. This time, he took out a pill. Looking at the pill in Ji Yunfei's hand, Sun Qiao's heart skipped a beat. Naturally, Sun Qiao recognized the pill. Of course, it was the spirit-boosting pill. Seeing Ji Yunfei take out the spirit-boosting pill, Sun Qiao knew that Ji Yunfei was going to increase his battle strength again. Not long after, Ji Yunfei ate the spirit-boosting pill with a ferocious expression. Following that, Sun Qiao's mouth opened wide in shock. Because she saw that the wrinkles on Ji Yunfei's face seemed to have deepened a lot. His originally white hair had also become whiter. His entire person seemed to have aged a lot. When she heard about the spirit-boosting pill, Sun Qiao did not feel anything. Even if she heard that the spirit-boosting pill could reduce one's lifespan by 2 years, Sun Qiao had never seen it before. Naturally, she did not have any intuitive reaction. Now that she saw it, she was so scared that half of her heart went cold. What the spirit-boosting pill brought to Ji Yunfei was not only an increase in strength, but also a reduction in lifespan. Ji Yunfei had aged so much at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the most direct evidence that the spirit-boosting pill could really reduce a person's lifespan. Looking at Ji Yunfei, who did not know that his appearance had changed, Sun Qiao suddenly felt some sympathy in her heart. Although Ji Yunfei was her enemy, he was still an old man. In order to fight against her, he did not hesitate to reduce his lifespan. This made Sun Qiao feel a little emotional. Chapter 398. The competition continued. Since both sides had withstood a level 20 attack, they would have to face a level 21 challenge next. Ji Yunfei's confidence was boosted after he consumed a spirit-boosting pill. He could feel the boundless true energy in his body. He believed that if he used all his strength, he would definitely be able to create a crack in the ground in front of him. Ji Yunfei refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to break Kikyaromen's leather armor with his frightening strength. Ji Yunfei took the level 21 blade that Han Yuchao passed to him and walked towards Kikyaromen's leather armor. As soon as Ji Yunfei stopped in his tracks, everyone present felt that something was amiss. They all stood up and ran off into the distance. This had never happened before in the past, so there weren't any additional defensive measures in the competition venue. To be precise, the Tiangongmen were acting shamelessly. They were trying to use their powerful attacks to break Kikyaromen's defense. According to the rules of the past, the Tiangongmen would never be allowed to do this. However, Han Qingyun had taken advantage of the fact that it wasn't written in the contract to use a powerful attack to break Kikyaromen's leather armor. Although everyone knew that Han Qingyun was acting shamelessly, no one could stop him. After all, this was a moral bottom line that wasn't written in the contract. Furthermore, when Sun Qiao had protested, Han Qingyun had also said that Kikyaromen could also send someone with strong martial arts to take the test. Unfortunately, Kikyaromen didn't have anyone with strong martial arts. The disciples of the Heavens Craftsman sect, who had been surrounding Zhongmeng, had long fled and hid far away when they saw Ji Yunfei about to make a move. Only Zhongmeng and Nai Tianhao remained in their original positions. The rest of the people, including Yun Zhenbai and Fan Yang, had already left their seats to hide in a safe place. Leng Yelio was scared to death. Ji Yunfei's attack just now had already scared him out of his wits. Looking at Ji Yunfei's condition, this attack was likely much stronger than the previous one. Leng Yelio suddenly turned his head, but suddenly saw Zhong Meng, who was still in the same place, but was overjoyed, and hurriedly ran towards Zhong Meng. After hiding behind Zhong Meng, Leng Yelio was slightly relieved. He patted Zhong Meng's back and asked softly, "Can you block it from the front?" Hearing this, Zhong Meng smiled and nodded. "No problem. With me around, I won't be able to hurt you." Zhong Meng didn't lower his voice when he said this. Nai Tianhao, who was sitting on the judging panel, chuckled when he heard this. "I didn't expect Prince Zhong to have reached such a high level at such a young age. How rare." With Nai Tianhao's martial arts, he was able to deal with the shockwaves from Ji Yunfei's powerful attack. That was why he didn't leave. Yun Jianbai and Fan Yang's cultivation wasn't mainly in terms of martial arts, so they needed to hide for a while. As for Han Qingyun, he didn't need to hide either. With his martial arts, it wouldn't be difficult for him to withstand the shockwaves from Ji Yunfei's attack. The reason why Han Qingyun did this was because he wanted to monitor Sun Qiaoer and prevent her from playing any tricks. Hearing Nai Tianhao's question, Zhong Meng smiled. This elder Ji's martial arts are strong. It's indeed rare and powerful. Just as Zhong Meng finished speaking, before Nai Tianhao could reply, Leng Yelio, who was hiding behind Zhong Meng, spoke first. "It doesn't seem to be like that. I just saw that this old man surnamed Ji took some medicine. I heard that it can increase his attack power. I don't know if it's true or not." Zhong Meng naturally saw Ji Yunfei take the medicine just now. He couldn't see it, but he could hear the voices of a few people talking. Through their conversation, Zhong Meng already understood that the medicine Ji Yunfei took was called the spirit-enhancing pill. It could indeed increase one's strength, and the increase was very strong. Every time a spirit-enhancing pill was taken, one's strength would double. Although Zhong Meng was very curious that such a small pill could double a person's strength, he was more concerned about this small pill. Every time a pill was taken, it would reduce one's lifespan by 2 years. Up until now, Zhong Meng had already seen Ji Yunfei take 3 spirit-enhancing pills. 3 spirit-enhancing pills were equivalent to reducing one's lifespan by 6 years. Not only that, Zhong Meng could already see that Ji Yunfei was slowly aging. After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Zhong Meng turned to look at Nai Tianhao and asked doubtfully, "Hero Nai, every time a spirit-enhancing pill is consumed, it will reduce one's lifespan by 2 years. This elder Ji took a total of 3 spirit-enhancing pills. According to the reduction in lifespan, it should be 6 years. However, why do I feel that after elder Ji took these 3 spirit-enhancing pills, his lifespan was reduced by more than 6 years?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Nai Tianhao was also stunned. He naturally saw this problem. When Ji Yunfei took the 3rd pill, the speed at which he aged was too fast. Ji Yunfei's martial arts were strong and his internal energy was deep. Even if his lifespan was reduced by 6 years, he definitely wouldn't become so old. Why was this? Nai Tianhao smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I don't know. When Fan Yang comes back later, we can ask him. He should know what's going on." Fan Yang was an outstanding disciple of the Medicine King's pavilion. He naturally knew more about the changes in medicine than outsiders like them. After hearing Nai Tianhao's answer, Zhong Meng nodded. Leng Yelio patted Zhong Meng's back and suddenly asked, "Hey, Zhong Dage, do you think this old man with the surname Ge will be able to break the defense of our leather armor this time?" After hearing Leng Yelio's question, Nai Tianhao's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly listened attentively. Zhong Meng smiled and said, "I don't think so. Although Elder Ge's martial arts are strong, Kikyaromen's leather armor is not something to be trifled with. Even if his attack power is twice as strong, I'm afraid he won't be able to break the defense of this leather armor." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio let out a long sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Hearing you say this, I feel much more at ease. Elder Ge's appearance really scared me. I was afraid that he would break our leather armor." After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Zhong Meng smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. I can guarantee you that he won't be able to break Kikyaromen's leather armor." After hearing Zhong Meng's guarantee, Leng Yelio smiled sweetly. Thank you, Zhong Dage. After hearing the conversation between the two, Nai Tianhao's heart started beating wildly. A thought rose in his mind. Could it be that the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor was so strong because of this young man? According to Nai Tianhao's guess, a small sect like Kikyaromen definitely wouldn't be able to make such a terrifying piece of equipment. This was where Nai Tianhao's doubts lay. Chapter 399. The level 21 blade contained all of Ji Yunfei's power. Coupled with the effects of the 3 spirit boosting pills, it had reached a terrifying level. Wherever the blade passed, the sharp sound of the air being sliced could be heard clearly. The collision between the blade and the leather armor created a powerful shockwave that shook the entire space. In the blink of an eye, sand and pebbles were sent flying in all directions on the competition ground. Nai Tianhao, who was sitting on the judge's stand, felt the ground tremble when the blade hit the leather armor. Along with the shockwave of the blade, a strong gust of wind with a large amount of sand and dust whizzed towards him. Nai Tianhao saw that the situation was not good. He hurriedly channeled all of his true qi to protect his body. Even so, Nai Tianhao felt his body sway uncontrollably. He was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. Seeing the momentum of Ji Yunfei's blade, Leng Yelio was so scared that her face turned pale. She couldn't help but scream. But after a while, Leng Yelio felt extremely strange. With such a terrifying momentum, even Nai Tianhao, who was highly skilled in martial arts, was swaying left and right. However, Leng Yelio didn't feel any shockwaves. She only saw the sand and dust flying around her, but none of it reached her. Not only that, even Zhong Meng, who was in front of her, wasn't hurt by the sand and dust at all. Leng Yelio's eyes widened. She couldn't believe what was happening around her. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Not only that, even the seats in the audience couldn't withstand the gust of wind. They were all blown away by the gust of wind. On the judges' stand, other than Nai Tianhao and Zhong Meng's tables and chairs, the rest of the seats were blown away by the gust of wind like kites with their strings cut. After a long while, the terrifying momentum slowly disappeared. Everything in front of them became clear again. All the judges and audience members returned to their seats one after another. Although no one had a seat to sit on, they all stood in their original seats and looked towards the arena. Everyone was taken aback when they saw what was going on in the arena. The audience and judges' seats had been blown away by the hurricane, but the Tiangongmen's table and armor, which were closest to the hurricane, were not affected by it at all. Seeing this scene, everyone sighed with emotion. Who would have thought that Elder Ji's martial arts had reached such a godly level? That's right. I'm afraid that even Jiang Nantian, the #1 man in the South County, might not be his match. That's right. Look at how strong Elder Ji's control is. The tables and equipment on the competition grounds aren't damaged at all. That's amazing. Han Qingyun was the first to run back. Before the dust had even settled, he had already run to the front of the competition venue. With Ji Yunfei's current attack power, Han Qingyun guessed that Ji Yunfei had already reached level 26. Under such a powerful attack, this piece of equipment that they estimated could be broken by level 25 should be able to be dealt with. However, when Han Qingyun ran to the competition grounds, he was stunned. After such a powerful attack, the Kikyaromen's leather armor, which was made from the skin of a wild bear, was still intact. Han Qingyun looked at the leather armor in disbelief. After a while, he quickly walked to Ji Yunfei and asked in a trembling voice, "Master, how did this happen?" When Han Qingyun came over, Ji Yunfei was also staring at the leather armor in a daze. Hearing Han Qingyun's question, Ji Yunfei finally reacted. He turned to look at Han Qingyun and asked blankly, "What did you say?" Han Qingyun heard this and asked again in a trembling voice, "Master, what happened just now? Why didn't it break the defense of the leather armor?" Ji Yunfei shook his head sadly. "I don't know. Such a powerful attack couldn't break the defense of the armor. That's impossible." Han Qingyun felt his heart gradually sink as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He didn't feel safe at all. Now that his attack had reached level 21, it still couldn't break the defense of the Kikyaromen's leather armor. What should he do? Han Qingyun turned to look at Sun Qiaoer and the others who had rushed over. He suddenly turned to look at Ji Yunfei and said coldly, "Master, the only thing we can do now is to wait for the next attack and eat the 2 spirit strengthening pills." 2 spirit strengthening pills. Hearing these words, Ji Yunfei's heart couldn't help but tremble. 2 spirit strengthening pills. It was easy to say, but it was equivalent to 4 years of life. Now that he had already lost 6 years of life, he was already regretting it. If he ate 2 more spirit strengthening pills, he would lose 10 years of life. Thinking about losing 10 years of life, Ji Yunfei only felt a chill in his heart. Seeing that Ji Yunfei didn't speak, Han Qingyun hurriedly urged, "Master, there's no other way now. We can only fight to the death. There's still a chance. If we don't eat these 2 spirit strengthening pills, I'm afraid we won't have another chance." At this moment, Sun Qiao and the others had arrived by his side. Seeing that the leather armor was still intact, Sun Qiao's face lit up with joy. Seeing the expression on Sun Qiao's face, Han Qingyun's heart was instantly filled with rage. A small Kikyaromen was actually able to force him to this point. At this moment, Leng Yelio also arrived by everyone's side. Looking at the leather armor on his side, he leaned over to Sun Qiao's side and said with a smile, "Zhong Dage is really strong. Such a strong attack, but it still can't break the defense of the leather armor." After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Sun Qiao's face suddenly changed. She hurriedly said in a low voice, "Quickly go and take a look. It's time to test the Tiangongmen's equipment." Hearing Sun Qiao's order, Leng Yelio hurriedly responded and hurriedly ran off. Han Qingyun looked at Leng Yelio's back with some confusion. Suddenly, he turned to Sun Qiao and said angrily, "Sect leader Sun, you broke the rules. Do you know that this is a competition between the Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen, yet you want an outsider to help you?" Speaking up to this point, Han Qingyun turned to Fan Yang and the others and said coldly, "Kikyaromen has broken the contract. I think there's no need to continue this competition. Just declare Kikyaromen as the loser." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang and the others were stunned. Sun Qiao said angrily, "Sect leader Han, don't talk nonsense. How did Kikyaromen break the contract? If you don't explain it clearly, we'll consider you as the loser of this competition." After hearing Sun Qiao's question, Han Qingyun sneered and pointed at Leng Yelio who was walking away. "Sect leader Sun, don't try to quibble. Just now, your daughter already said that it was all thanks to Prince Zhong's help." Chapter 400. Han Qingyun continued, "Clan leader Sun, I thought that as a clan, you should have the dignity of a clan. I didn't expect you to find an outsider to help you. This is clearly a violation of our contract. Isn't this considered your loss?" After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao sneered, "Clan leader Han, speaking of violating the contract, do you think the Tiangongmen's actions are reasonable?" At this point, Sun Qiao turned to look at Ji Yunfei and said angrily, "You bullied small clans like us. In order to win the competition, you went to the Tiangongmen's elder to help you. You wanted to use such powerful martial arts to win the competition. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by outsiders?" After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun burst into laughter. "Clan leader Sun, Elder Ge is my master. Do you think he's from the Tiangongmen? Since this competition is between the Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen, what rules did my master break by helping you? Unless someone can prove that my master isn't from the Tiangongmen, I have nothing to say. But who can prove it?" At this point, Ji Yunfei pointed at Zhong Meng and said with a cold smile, "But this person, clan leader Sun, tell me, who can prove that he's from Kikyaromen? And you've already admitted that he's not from Kikyaromen. If he helped you win the competition, wouldn't that be a violation of the contract?" At this point, Han Qingyun turned to look at Fan Yang again and said loudly, "Since Kikyaromen has broken the contract, then according to the rules of the contract, seeing them is considered a loss." When Sun Qiao heard this, she said angrily, "Han Qingyun, which eye of yours saw Prince Zhong helping us?" At this point, Sun Qiao turned to look at Fan Yang and the others and asked loudly, "Did you see it? Did you see Prince Zhong helping us?" When they heard Sun Qiao's question, Fan Yang and the others looked at each other, but no one said a word. The reason why Fan Yang and the others were here was because Han Qingyun had invited them. Logically speaking, they should be on Han Qingyun's side. However, they had no evidence. Prince Zhong was sitting so far away. Even if he wanted to help Kikyaromen, he had no chance. After all, the judges weren't the only ones in the competition venue. There were also many spectators watching. If the judges decided that Kikyaromen had lost because of this incident, they would lose all face if word got out. Although they knew this was the case, they could not embarrass Han Qingyun. Therefore, Fan Yang and the others did not say anything. This was the best choice. Seeing that Fan Yang and the others were silent, Sun Qiao turned to Han Qingyun and said angrily, "Han Qingyun, do you still want to compete in this competition? If you don't want to compete, then forget it. I won't force you." Seeing that Fan Yang and the others did not say anything, Han Qingyun's irritable mood gradually calmed down. He was afraid that he could not rely on this to win the competition. At this thought, Han Qingyun gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. "Why not? Today, I want to see how many levels of attack your Kikyaromen's leather armor can withstand." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao heaved a sigh of relief. She waved at the female Kikyaromen disciple who had been waiting for a long time and said loudly, "Go ahead and test the Tiangongmen's equipment." The female Kikyaromen disciple hurriedly acknowledged her and walked towards the Tiangongmen's equipment with a level 21 sword. This female Kikyaromen disciple did not have much attack power, so there was no need for the others to hide. They all turned to look in her direction. Being stared at by so many people, the female Kikyaromen disciple was a little nervous. When she saw the Tiangongmen's equipment not far away, she suddenly roared. As she ran, she raised the sword in her hand high. When she was close enough, the female Tiangongmen disciple roared and raised the sword in her hand. Then, she slashed at the equipment with all her might. Clang! After the sound of the collision, the female Tiangongmen disciple was forced back a few steps again. At the same time, a few gasps could be heard from the competition grounds. Han Qingyun's heart sank. The Tiangongmen's equipment was made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine. After being strengthened by the spirit water, it finally showed signs of damage at level 21. Although it was only a shallow wound, everyone knew that once a wound appeared, the defense would definitely be broken in the next attack. When Leng Yelio saw the wound, she was instantly overjoyed. She quickly ran to Sun Qiao's side and said happily, "Mother, their equipment has been damaged again. Mother, their equipment has been damaged again. The next attack will definitely be able to break through the defense of that armor. Mother, we're going to win." Sun Qiao smiled and nodded as she patted her daughter's head. Han Qingyun's face was a little pale. He was an expert in crafting equipment. Naturally, he knew that Leng Yelio was telling the truth. Since there were wounds on the equipment, the defense would definitely be broken by a level 22 attack. Were the Tiangongmen going to lose? When he thought of this possibility, cold sweat immediately appeared on Han Qingyun's forehead. This kind of situation was almost unavoidable. The defense of this equipment had already reached its limit. It was almost impossible to increase the defense of this equipment again. Unless he used the precious spirit water again. When he thought of the spirit water, Han Qingyun felt his heart tremble violently. The Tiangongmen had a total of 21 drops of spirit water. He had already used 10 drops of spirit water. In other words, the Tiangongmen were only left with 11 drops of spirit water. In other words, there were only 11 drops of spirit water left in the world. Should he use the spirit water again? This thought kept rolling in Han Qingyun's mind. He felt a splitting headache. The leader of the Tiangongmen, Zhu Jinshe, was now in seclusion. Everything was under Han Qingyun's control. It was also because of this that Han Qingyun could use the spirit water. Han Qingyun had already used 10 drops of spirit water. He did not know how to explain it to Zhu Jinshe. If he used the spirit water again, Han Qingyun did not know what would happen. However, Han Qingyun was very clear that if he did not use the spirit water again, the next attack would definitely break the defense of his equipment. When that time came, the Tiangongmen would lose this match. Han Qingyun could not accept this outcome. Most importantly, he could not bear the responsibility. The deep-sea frost iron and adamantine did not matter. Although these two materials were precious, as long as he spent a little more money, he could always buy them. However, the The spirit water was different. The Tiangongmen had a total of 21 drops. He had already used 10 drops. If he continued to use it, when he thought of this problem, Han Qingyun was shocked. If he did not use the spirit water again, he would definitely lose. If he used the spirit water, there was still a chance of winning. Chapter 401. Han Qingyun turned his head and looked at Kikyomen's leather armor. He suddenly had an idea. If he won this competition, he would be able to obtain the craftsmanship of this leather armor. Then, even if he lost some spiritual water, he would be able to atone for his mistake. However, if he gave up just like that, everything would be over. Not only would he lose this competition, but he would also lose so much spiritual water. He was afraid that he would not be able to bear such a loss. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun suddenly gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Now that things had come to this, he could only give it his all. If he could win the 7 possibilities sects match, then even if he had to use up all of his spirit water, he would still be able to rely on the craftsmanship of this leather armor. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun suddenly turned around and walked towards Han Yuchao. Sun Qiao looked at Han Qingyun, who was leaving, and was puzzled. When she saw that Han Qingyun was walking towards Han Yuchao, she was immediately shocked. There was only one reason why Han Qingyun was looking for Han Yuchao, and that was to go back and get something. Could it be that Han Qingyun was going to use that spiritual water again? Sun Qiao was not the only one who had been watching Han Qingyun. Yun Jianbai was also paying attention to Han Qingyun's every move. At this moment, when he saw Han Qingyun walking towards Han Yuchao, 2 words suddenly appeared in Yun Jianbai's mind. Spiritual water. He must be going back to get the spiritual water. Thinking that Han Qingyun was going to use the spiritual water again, even Yun Jianbai, who was an outsider, felt his heart thumping wildly. Although Yun Jianbai did not know how much spiritual water the Tiangongmen had, he believed that the Tiangongmen definitely did not have much of such a precious treasure. Just now, he had already used 10 drops of spiritual water. Was he going to use another 10 drops of spiritual water now? Thinking of this, Yun Jianbai had an impulse to ask if he could sell him a drop of spiritual water. Of course, this was just a thought. Since things had already come to this point, Han Qingyun had no way out. If he retreated, there was only one path left, which was failure. If he failed, Han Qingyun knew clearly what the outcome would be. Han Qingyun came to Han Yuchao's side and said in a low voice, "Go back as soon as possible and get another 5 drops of spirit water." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Han Yuchao was shocked and asked in a trembling voice, "Father, I think we should just forget about it. There are still 11 drops of spiritual water left. If we use them again, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with." After hearing Han Yuchao's words, Han Qingyun's face immediately darkened. He said angrily, "Why are you wasting your breath? I told you to go get the spiritual water. Just go quickly." Seeing his father's ugly expression, although Han Yuchao was unwilling, he could only reluctantly agree and run out of the arena. Looking at Han Yuchao's back, Han Qingyun wondered if there were any other good methods to increase Ji Yunfei's attack power. There were only 2 ways to increase Ji Yunfei's attack power. One was to take medicine, and the other was to have a good weapon. In terms of weapons, it was impossible to change. For the sake of fairness, both sides would use the same weapon to test each other's equipment. Therefore, in terms of weapons, there was nothing that could be done. Since he couldn't solve this problem with weapons, he could only solve this problem by taking medicine. Now that he had given Ji Yunfei the spirit boosting pill, if Ji Yunfei ate 5 of them, his strength would increase by 5 times. What other good methods could increase Ji Yunfei's strength again? Thinking of this, Han Qingyun couldn't help but frown. The spirit boosting pill wasn't an ordinary medicine. Although the side effects of this medicine were too great, the price was still quite expensive. Moreover, it wasn't something that could be bought with money. It was considered a precious item. Other than the spirit boosting pill, what other things could increase Ji Yunfei's strength? Han Qingyun thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of anything that could increase a person's strength. Just as he was feeling a little depressed, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw Fan Yang. Fan Yang was the 8th disciple of the Medicine King Pavilion. In terms of refining pills, His attainments were not to be underestimated. He was a true alchemy master. Seeing Fan Yang, Han Qingyun suddenly had an idea. As an alchemy master, Fan Yang would definitely have a unique understanding of how to increase one's strength. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun hurriedly waved at Fan Yang and shouted at the same time. Fan Yang, brother Fan, please come over. I have something to discuss with you. Fan Yang, who was talking to Yun Jianbai, was stunned when he heard Han Qingyun's call. He quickly walked over to Han Qingyun. Arriving in front of Han Qingyun, Fan Yang cupped his hands and asked, Sect leader Han, is there anything I can help you with? Han Qingyun smiled and nodded. There is indeed something that I would like to trouble brother Fan with. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang hurriedly waved his hand. Sect leader Han, you're too polite. If there's anything, just say it. There's no need to be so courteous. Between us brothers, there's no need for formalities. Hearing Fan Yang's straightforward words, Han Qingyun nodded. He then lowered his voice and said, Brother Fan, you've seen this match. Who do you think will win in the end? After hearing Han Qingyun's question, Mr. Fan Yang was stunned for a moment. He then shook his head awkwardly. Sect Master Han, what are you talking about? I don't know much about equipment. How could I tell the outcome of this match? Hearing this, Han Qingyun waved his hand. Brother Fan, there's no need to be so formal between us brothers. Saying this, Han Qingyun paused for a moment and then smiled at Fan Yang. Brother Fan, I'll be honest with you now. I'm very nervous about this match. Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang's heart skipped a beat, but he still shook his head and smiled. Sect leader Han, you're too humble. Although Kikyaromen's leather armor has amazing defensive capabilities, in my opinion, the material used to make it is only the skin of a wild bear. The quality is not high. Even if its defensive capabilities are amazing, its upper limit is definitely not very high. I believe that it won't be long before it reaches its upper limit. When that time comes, with Elder Ji's attack, it should be easy to break through the defense of this leather armor. After hearing Fan Yang's words, Han Qingyun smiled bitterly and shook his head. Brother Fan, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. If this match continues, the Tiangongmen will definitely lose. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang's smile hung awkwardly on his face. After a while, he sighed. I really didn't expect Kikyaromen's craftsmanship to have reached such a high level. A piece of leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear has so far caught a level 21 attack. This is really unexpected. After hearing Fan Yang's words, Han Qingyun nodded and smiled bitterly. Brother Fan, you've seen it too. The Tiangongmen cannot lose this match. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.